You heard nothing. Anyways, hello everybody. Howdy fandom, howdy AMB. Set an alarm clock to wake up earlier so I could finish the movie before I deadline. I set an alarm for 4 p.m. I woke up at 8. Ooh. Oof. Oh, that's rough. Howdy Jersey, welcome in. Well then get cracking, Sophia. Good lord. I mean, yeah, that's what, you lost 2 hours? 4 hours? Sorry. Math. You lost 4 hours? That's not terrible. It's a pretty significant chunk of time, but like, could be worse. Yeah, I figured. Well, thank you for popping in and saying hi. Have have fun crunching that movie out. God, I love this song so much. Ugh. Ugh. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? I did my homework, kinda. Hell yeah. Good job. I need to crack on with. I need to do that probably after stream and all of this week. I need to crack on with my compiler. I kind of stalled on that, but I got 99 signature. Hell yeah. I think I saw that. Yeah, you put that in the Discord. Which, huge congrats on that. Getting that cracked T2 on the rerun. Hell yeah. Is that about the one you left us? Oh, like reading. The reading shit? Yeah, I got it. Finally finished my book after a couple months. I may finally start the Ring of Nibelung. Finished your book as in reading a book or writing a book? The reading assignment? Yeah. Reading, hell yeah. Because yeah. What book were you reading originally? Suna Century? Yeah. None of the Ninth. Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, you never know. You could have been reading a book, I don't know. I think I've heard of that. But yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I've been needing to like crack back on my compiler. I've got a week or two to do it. It's fun because like I know what I need to do. I just need to actually fucking do it. I just need to sit down and actually do it. Yeah. These next couple of weeks are gonna be so fun for me. You got this? Hell yeah. Thank you. Anyways. I don't want to think about that right now. Right now, I just want to think about other things. Such as see what have I done recently? Caught up on Witch Hat. That show is incredible. How are you doing? Well, I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. It's been a busy couple of weeks at least. Yeah, I caught up on Witch Hat. That's been blowing my mind. It's so fucking good. Been slowly chunking through Stone Ocean. We just finished first half of Feng Shui of that fight. Episode 5. Yeah, no, episode 5 was so fucking good. Oh my god. Episode 5 was absolutely incredible. I've also been watching Agents of the Four Seasons, which has been actually pretty damn good. Now, is it weaker than Violet Evergarden? Hell yeah. So far, at least. Yes, I'm going to say that. However, it's better than I was expecting. I'm going to be honest. It's a little heavy-handed on the emotion. I'll give it that much. I'll like... It does feel a little heavy-handed. Like, it kind of feels like... Four Seasons? Yeah, Agent of the Four Seasons, Dance of Spring. It's an anime by... So it's based on the light novel by the same author that wrote the Violet Evergarden light novel. Violet Evergarden is one of my favorite shows ever. I love that show so much. Agent of the Four Seasons is airing right now. And yeah, you know, it's good. It's pretty damn good. So the entire plot of it is, instead of the seasons doing like or being a natural phenomena, instead they are brought about by these people that are pretty much chosen by the gods to do a certain rite to bring about a season. And so each agent is what they're called. Each agent of any given season also has their chosen retainer, and to like to protect them, and yeah. And so, the core plot of it is, the agent of Spring goes missing for a couple years. She gets fucking kidnapped by insurgents, and then just reappears 10 years later, to just start doing the Rite of Spring all over. Short about that, yeah, that's the Agent of Winter. Rosel, who is in the English dub voiced by Alejandro Saab. So yeah, no, this cast is ridiculous. The cast for this show is ridiculous. The English dub is actually really good. So the Princess Hinagiku, who is the Agent of Spring, is voiced by Celeste Perez, who voices Suzuki, and like you and I are polar opposites, and she voices Sakura in Horimiya. That was her one of her bigger first roles. Sakura is voiced by Marissa Duran, who voices Hori in Horimiya. Rosel is voiced by Alejandro Saab. So I'm wondering where they all got casted from. Itacho, which is Rosel's retainer, is Christopher Wickamp, who voices a whole bunch of people. Not sure. He voices Kenji from Classroom of the Elite. He's in a couple Ace Attorneys. He plays a guy Hinawa in Fire Force. He's just all over the place. Oh, he also plays Eraserhead in My Hero. Anyways, Agents of the Four Seasons. Nadeshiko, I forget who she is, but she's voiced by Emmy Lowe. I think she might be Fall, which we haven't met yet. Nazuna, which is like a kid that shows up in episode 1 of Sarah Wiedenheft. You know, but the main cast is fucking ridiculous. Like, it's so good. But yeah, so like so far, I've watched 4 episodes, because I'm watching dub. I don't want to watch ahead on the subs, but so far through episode 4, it's a very pretty anime. Like visually, it holds its own. It's definitely not like Witch Hat or Violet Evergarden levels of eye candy, but it's still really good. It's good looking. The characters are very intriguing. It's a lot of the show is a lot about a little bit of survivor's guilt, but also sort of a lot of it is communication in relationships. A lot of it is just guilt. Like all of the agents and their retainers experience the same very traumatic experience, which was Hinagiku getting abducted. And so a lot of the show is everybody kind of grappling with that trauma. And like everybody takes responsibility for what happened. For Sakura getting shot, for Hinagiku getting abducted, for all that stuff. Everybody takes responsibility for what happened in their own way. And so the show is kind of a very big exploration of that. But also because of the fact that like such a big and important thing is put upon just these random people that are chosen without any, like they don't get to choose, the gods choose them. There's a lot of like, I don't want to do this, like the arc that we just wrapped up, which was working with Agent of Summer and her retainer. It's a lot of like, why me? And so sometimes the show tends to get a little heavy-handed and like throw tears around a little bit too much. Maybe that was just the Agent of Summer storyline. Well, I'll have to keep watching to give that, but like, it almost feels like the author, like Violet Evergarden, the author saw how well Violet Evergarden worked, and it was like, people like emotion, I can give you more of that. Because Violet Evergarden was very tactical with its emotion, like incredibly, to where like every like the emotional core of every episode, especially in the middle of the season, middle of the show, is so like each emotional core is a little bit different and hits you so goddamn hard. Like you think you see it coming, but you don't. It just fucking backhands you. But like here it's a little bit more straightforward. It's also a little bit preachy. In how like Hinagiku kind of espouses the lesson of each like she kind of monologues sometimes, especially in episode 4 there at the end, where she kind of like espouses the lesson that the Agent of Summer is supposed to learn, but like it's still like those are gripes, those are like nitpicks. Overall it's still a pretty damn good show. Very emotionally mature, very interesting. Yuri question mark? I haven't quite figured it out. It feels a little baity. I'm not gonna lie. I have gotten really good at seeing gay people where there are none. Thanks Hoyo. Or where there aren't. Yeah, no, where there are none. Sometimes there aren't Hoyo, but a lot of times there are none. But I've gotten really good at seeing gay people when there are none. And then also it genuinely feels like it's a little bit baity with Inagiku and Sakura's relationship. I can't quite tell. I'm tentative on that front. But because like there's a lot of sequences where they talk about like they're honest with each other and they're talking about their feelings and it's not romantic, but like they're talking to their feelings, and then Sakura gets super like flushed and embarrassed, and she's like, romance things, but it's the girls. So I'm like, maybe, and they're also holding hands in the opening, and I'm like, and they're very physical with each other, and like the whole thing is like Sakura really cares for Hinagiku and all that stuff. I'm like, is it like, oh, they're girl best friends, or is it actually Yuri? I don't know. I'm very tentative. I want it to be, and I ship them, but yeah. So highly recommend. Six episodes out right now if you watch sub, 4 if you watch dub. Yeah. Anyways, let's get cracking. Let us get going on this. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Okay, so last we left off, we just finished the library sequence, and that completely fucking derailed stream last time because of Vera's melancholy, which was really funny. And now we have, what else do we have to do? We just have this one over here to finish, and that's about it, I believe. I reread the entire thing and compiled my thoughts on the file. Yeah. So, I also did a little bit of thinking about it. I forget what I came up with, but I do remember I did a little bit of thinking. I also watched I didn't watch Ashika's entire video, but I watched the section specifically on Vera's melancholy. She did have a lot of really interesting things to say about it. Okay, I guess let's just get going. Let's just keep going. I don't know. We just gotta keep Cracking on, cracking on. Oh yeah, I have to fucking actually have to read shit now. I have to read stuff out. Storia, you're here too. That's right. Calcarius said that you stepped in at the I hate this word. Mahavaipulia chamber. I suspect everything will fall into place from here on out. Hee. That's too that's too honesty. I don't know if that's correct. That's too honest from you. That's too much honesty from you, Buster. Karma's blushing already. Zaitland? Oh yeah, no, okay. I do remember having this brain blast that I did put out in I did put in the Genshin Theories channel, which was the theory of relation that I kind of it was a shower thought. The fact that Raumhilda, her name, the first word in her, the first half of her name is space. She's presumably dead because of how the gravestone, or the gravestone, that's the implication, is that she's dead. And then Zaitlin's time is in front of us. She is alive, right? She is here with us. We're not talking about her, especially in this quest, like symbolically, not just literally, but like symbolically, Zeitland is the one that is here. Time is in front of us. And so she is alive. Alive is the present. You are alive and living now. Like, now is the envy of all the dead, right? Raumhilda is gone. She is not present, which is kind of what death is. So that draws a very strong connection directly between space and death, Raumhilda and death. So, which would be Asmodee and Renova, and then a strong connection between Zeitland and life, which is Istaroth and Nibirius. Don't know what that means necessarily. However, it's something that I found really interesting when you really dive into it. An aspect, like a symbolic aspect of this quest, having only one of the sisters in front of us, and specifically implying that Raumhilda is dead, is kind of what got me going on this thought process of, at the very beginning of the quest, Raumhilda has a gravestone, which is, you know, obviously the symbolism of that is very obvious. Even if she isn't dead, even if she's just fucking missing or whatever, the implication there is that she is. And so that draws a very strong connection to a very specific thing. And so that's kind of where that's going with me. And so what it does is it kind of draws a square of relationship, right? Where, you know, each shade has its inverse, time and space, life and death. But then there's also the cross relations between the pairs, I guess, where each opposite has its relation to the other side. So it kind of, like, if you draw it out, it kind of makes this like a square or a diamond. This whole place has so far had the shades written all over it, only being Asmodee's corner. They did confirm that this does feel like the so something I think this is a good point, actually, Nix. Something that's really interesting about this place is, while it is technically Asmodee's domain, it does feel like a convergence of all of what the shades represent. This does kind of just feel like a convergence of all of the Primordial One's powers, because you have to think that, like I said with the whole Museum of Innocence rant, a museum is where time is turned into space. And so you have that obvious connection there. But then, so here we have time and space in the same place. And then there was also the confirmation that the other shades liked showing up and fucking around in the museum, which implies that like Nibirius and Renova have been here at least. But also, if we draw those connections between life and time and space and death, then inherently, though the other two are involved here, which is weird. So like it's just this one big convergence of a lot of all of this of the shades. It's just really, really weird. I'm here for my own reasons too. That's true. Since you came here, you've done nothing but run around on my account. I understand what the Watcher of Nothingness was saying, but I can tell that there's something in this place that matters to you. Judging's been a massive help to hold up my end of the bargain. Do tell me, what is it that you need? You tell a story in Zeitland about your experience and what Nyalita has said. You ask if there are traces of your sister here. Like, what the fuck are we gonna find? Oh, maybe. Hold on. What if she just turned into a fucking exhibit? like, here is my zoo. The story. It's, oh, no. It's like the, that sequence in The World of Tomorrow where the artist just takes a fucking clone and puts him into a museum exhibit for people to look at as he grows up. He like clones a human and puts him in a museum exhibit. It's like, what if they did that with fucking Libya? It's like, here is a human. Behold, enjoy. If this were back in my academy days, I would have mulled over it for at least half a day before giving me an answer, just to prove I was taking you seriously. It's true that I've been here longer than anyone else, and I have witnessed all that has transpired. Unfortunately, the highest point of the temple, the Atrium of Suchness, is where gods and watchers dwell. It's said that certain hidden truths are kept within its walls. Ooh. In a glass box. In The World of Tomorrow, it's a glass tube. It's like a big tube in the middle of the floor. You just kind of stand there. But hardly anyone is brave enough to set foot up there. Are you saying it's so high that even the most fearless would get scared? It's almost like it's a metaphor for heaven or something. Only those who choose to abandon all their memories are permitted to enter that hall. To seek an audience with the master of the temple is to seek answers and closure. It follows then that all memories that one gathers here shall be wiped away. One must construct the path to the heavens with their own memories and wisdom. Yeah, okay, it literally is just heaven. Stairway to heaven. Haha. Perhaps made in heaven? Hey, anyways. Only then can they encounter the sacred beyond. I'm so excited. Okay. I will say, I am enjoying Stone Ocean. It's good. Not as good as Golden Wind. Straight up. Stone Ocean is good, but I'm just mostly excited to see the ending because I know what happens with Made in Heaven. I just don't know how it pans out, and I'm so excited to see how it pans out. Because so far, Poochie's kind of a killer villain. I do enjoy Poochie. Anyways. Such is the nature of this place. The divine power of the gods can weave emptiness and reality into one another. Wait, hold on. What was the last one? Memories aren't even solid. How are you supposed to build a path to the heavens with them? The power of the gods can weave emptiness and reality. Yeah. Okay. Here, mere vacuum is not perceived as nothingness. In the eyes of that being, it is a state that can be filled in the space of a single thought. Only a nothingness where even meaning does not exist, only that is a place beyond the reach of the gods. And I suspect that the path of the heavens should be similar to the half-real, half-illusory scenes that you saw in the libraries. I'm just a coward at heart, after all. I never dared to make the climb. I simply don't have the courage to cast aside my responsibilities. Make the climb, Celeste reference? I am one who lived to witness what came before and who continues to learn of what follows from those who come after. I am but a vessel for my precious memories. Even if there is no hope of their ever returning to the surface, every lost civilization will live on in my memory. Are gods really that horrid? To design such a cruel choice for someone to make. Some gods are good, others are bad. Take the one who kidnapped Shejing's sister, for instance. Totally bad. Yeah, Asmodee? You are calling the mistress of this entire fucking place the bad one. Perhaps it's the opposite. The god who designed the path to the heavens was not the mistress of the temple. You see, if you intend to leave this place, you simply cannot take its history, secrets, or knowledge with you. The way I see it, the description of using your memories to construct the path to the heavens is too emotionally charged. Your memories are supposed to be wiped the moment you return to the mortal realm, but before that happens, people here have the right to look back upon all they have ever been, all they have ever owned, and the path that results from both. Hold on, let's see if Paimon got all that. It's like we've made a rule that says you can read a book, but you have to chuck it into the fire the second you're done. But just it all burns to a crisp. Just as it all burns to a crisp, you find out the book has an epilogue and an afterword where you get to look back at all the best parts. It's like Swapper, where it like deletes your save data before the last choice. God, that's still the ballsiest fucking thing a game has ever done. I respect Swapper so much for that. And then in the end, nothing's left of the story. Only the feelings and impressions stay with you. Spot on. A perfect read. Or it's like Unis Honest. They've got a real knack for analogies. Reminds me of one of my students, in fact. He went to Delphi Pytho. I have no idea what it's called now, or if he survived the war. His name was Abrax. While I've asked many people, no one has ever found his name in historical record. Huh, I went off on a tangent. Anyway. Yeah, you said all that, but how do we get up there? Shejing's memories are too important to forget. I don't know if I would be I don't know if either would be affected though, because like, you know, something, not in the imaginary tree. Also, okay, that's also a good point. I just thought of this. How the fuck does this shit fit into the imaginary tree? Like, is it outside the does this technically exist within Teyvat? Do the things that happen in here also, not the imaginary tree, Irminsul. What the fuck? Okay. Do the things that exist in here also apply to Irminsul? Or is Irminsul a record of like what happens in here? Because if we're talking like you get your memories wiped, as in, because like in order to be affected like that in ways like that, specifically inside Teyvat, you know, the traveler has to be inside of it, like part of Irminsul. He is not. Since time doesn't pass, he feels similar to the marriage of Ari. Okay. And they also did mention it's beyond the sky. So that might be vibrated. Zealand was here once, then left to the real world. She forgot. I had some desire to come back. The only thing that is strange is this grave thing. Oh, that's a good point. It's like a space out of time. or it's space made up of time. Again, Museum of Innocence. Which is cool. That would make sense because it doesn't exist in time because it is space or is time made into space, like physically. Like the entire space is time turned into space. So that's why it exists outside of time, which is sick. Another point here, and something that I've been reflecting on too, is okay, this space doesn't really exist anywhere, but the title screen area that we were in kind of does, right? Like the temple itself is like you go through a door portal, right, and you go into like there, and that's where we're in. We're like in a probably like an infinitesimally small like slice or whatever. But like the title screen area does kind of exist, right? So in that case, where? Because okay, so the reason why I'm thinking about this is, Teyvat's shape, right? That's a debate that still kind of happens. So when you think of like, I guess I'm thinking too like 3D, like regular fucking geometry, but like it could be something more abstract. But when I think of Teyvat, right, the moon kind of sort of confirmed that it is we're on a planet, right? We're on a spherical planet. But like, if that's the case, then yeah, are we in a pocket inside of a pocket? Yeah, that's kind of a good way of putting it. Does the title screen actually exist, and if so, where? Because we didn't see it on, like, it's not like depicted on the planet, right? On like the planet that we saw from the moon. Like, it's not there technically. But we also went up. So we know that up is space. Beyond the sky is space. So what is, like, I know some people consider the flat Teyvat theory to be dead, but I'm not entirely convinced because things don't add up properly. Because, like, the edge, like the border, right, doesn't really exist, or like doesn't make sense. Where like Alice is doing stuff, right, where she's pretty much our border guard. That doesn't really make sense because if I would be, that would be fucking hilarious if Alhaitham was correct. Because like that would have to imply that the border can be like the atmosphere, but what's weird to me, if you like, I agree, I was about to go there, is the border could be like the atmosphere, but then there's no really edge of the border that we can like walk, like unless Alice can fly or something, or there's another way of reaching it. There's like a literal stairway to heaven or something, or like a really tall ladder. I don't know, but like, how do you get to the edge of that border? Like the edge of the border implies that there is a point where it meets with the ground. And I just don't know if that makes sense to me. And then you also have the fact that the going beyond the sky doesn't really make sense because that's just space, but we're not in space. Like, yeah, anyways. You don't have to worry. Once we rescued everyone, I'll help you with this. Actually, I figured out how the path to the heavens works. The seat of the gods has been left empty, so the rules have begun to falter. As such, a section of the corridor of nothingness's previous path to the heavens was preserved. Milanta's fury destroyed half of it, but the remaining half, the stairway to heaven, is still vaguely literally a stairway to heaven, is still vaguely visible. This means that the stairway can be used by others. We just have to make it whole again. Wait, you mean... Don't get the wrong idea. As I've said before, I am a coward burdened with too much memory, yet too scared to even die. The thing is, the notion of a firmament is very much tied to the flat Earth, and a globe model can once again be interpreted as the atmosphere. I agree, but again, the idea of the firmament being the atmosphere doesn't make sense with the verbiage that Alice uses when referring to it. Astoria. Howdy, Ryo. Welcome in. Welcome in. If Teyvat is a scepter, then the border can be a firewall. That makes a little bit more sense, actually, I think. I'm late, but I've done the assigned reading? Hell yes. We can have some yap sessions about that shit after we're done with the quest. That story, the fucking Harlan Ellison story is fucking whack. It's really cool, but like, it's so weird. Come on. Thank you. It was weird. Yeah, it's such a strange little story, which is kind of why I really enjoyed it. Harlan Ellison was a very weird guy. He's a very, very strange man. Yeah, because it's a pretty short little story, but it's just so all over the place that it's just like, yeah, it's so all over the place. But that's kind of why I enjoy it. I think it was no. It is genuinely a really confusing story. Like it's genuinely just a hard read. That's why I enjoy it. I love literature like that. But yeah, no, it's not just you. It's genuinely just like a really confusing story. It's filled with non sequiturs and dreamlike imagery, and it's very interesting that Vera's Melancholy pulls a lot. Like the last volume pulls specifically from that. Yeah, I don't know. Reminds me about, yeah, no, that's actually a really good way of putting it. Like, it's very surrealist and kind of cosmic horror-y, but...
What a cute treasure coffin.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to put into words. It's genuinely so hard to put into words. It's one of the most unique things I've read in a long-ass time. And it's the same gate. I say it's pretty creepy. Oh, people are frozen in the sand. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, it does kind of remind me of especially the end of the Menelilin. Maybe kind of read as anti-imaginary tree. How so? Specific areas, decks can seize objects made from quicksand and deconstruct them into their original quicksand state. When tapping it, get a release. The new structure. Oh, I see. So that's a very interesting interpretation. I kind of fucked with it, but let's see where your thought process is there. What's the point of some of these? Reminds me of the book I finished today. There's a lot of little moat thingies. I'm just gonna... Hello, sir? You people, I have not seen you around before. Are there really still newcomers showing up now? But since Dex is with you, I suppose you're back up? My name is Venipe, and I come from the era when King Deshret's divine form still walked among us. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Or probably what you consider people from the most recent era. Zeitland. Would you happen to have an older sister by any chance? Do you know my sister too? Of course, everyone here is friends with everyone. It matters little what station they occupied in their former life. In my day, I was a nobody, just one of many working on King Deshret's mausoleum. I was traveling in the desert one day when I was suddenly plucked from the sands and thrown into the apathic interval, where I was for, I want to say, less than 100 years. I still don't know what the apathic interval is. Then once I left and came here, yeah, Ashikai, yeah. Ashikai's going fucking feral at this shit. Once I left and came here, I found the place full of ancients, from some from times preceding even King Deshret himself. But we all got along just the same. Later on, the sisters of the deity here told me they hadn't plucked any desert buildings, and asked that told me they hadn't plucked any desert buildings and asked that I reconstructed them from memory. It was only with everyone's help that we managed to build this place at all. But now look at these ruins. You know, speaking of which, Paimon has a question. Those sand statues out there, are those artworks from your era? You know, from back in King Deshret's day. Perhaps they were created to serve as a reminder of the impermanence of the physical body and life itself? You truly are different from your sister. You must really enjoy reading like the others. Those are people, all of them. They were punished for being turned into sand. They were punished for being turned into sand. Don't worry, they're all still alive. Death doesn't exist here. They'll all be restored to once the problem here is resolved. Oh wait, didn't you say whoever saved you would get that coin King Deshret gave you as a reward? I bet it's worth a lot more. I'm not handing it over. It's my lucky charm. Besides, it's the only thing I have left to remind me of my old life. And so important to you. All right, I'll guess we'll be super nice and not press you for payment. Look like it's here. I'm saying is that it's a story about how corruption originates from the center of space existence. Entropy is helped on the way by the Ignis of Sinner's treatment. That's a good way of thinking of it. So it's oh, okay. So when I thought when I read anti-imaginary tree, my thought was you were saying like the imaginary tree or the how do I say that? The imaginary tree or Imran Soul are like when I first read that, I thought you were saying the imaginary tree doesn't exist as an anti-imaginary tree, but or anti-Imran Soul, that it doesn't exist. But when you say anti as like against it, against the concept of it, like protesting it. Yeah, okay. Because yeah, the story is very much about or one of the things that it puts forward is the nature of evil, where it sort of comes from, why it exists, or at least is a meditation on it. And so to say that evil comes from a centralized place, the implication could be that evil if everything comes from a centralized place, then evil must come from the same place, which is in this case Irmin Soul, which makes Irmin Soul morally bad, I guess. But that's actually a really interesting argument to make. Oh. Wall. Oh, okay. Did you have your own hierarchy back in King Nesha's day? Okay, so we are gonna like acknowledge this. Well, those scholars at the Mahavaipulia archives have read enough books that their combat assessment actually holds some weight. The fact that it's not referenced in Teyvat, but in a book from outside of Teyvat is interesting because it implies that it's not about the world of Genshin. Yeah. That's true, actually. I didn't even clock that idea. When I was a knight serving under Irenaeus, could take on 3 standard Remirian Centurions at once. Or half rank below Irenaeus. Medjay. Whoa, okay, hi. Medjay, who served the Crocodile King, wasn't considered exactly an elite fighter, but was highly adept at dealing with monsters, so in terms of rough power level, power scaling. I have to say that the way the story is written is very reminiscent of the way Vera's Melancholy is, which is really interesting because it's also... So, Vera's Melancholy is... Like, the original title is a reference to Haruhi, right? And if you watch Haruhi in Kyon's order, then it's much the same, which I think is kind of cool. Because if you watch Haruhi in broadcast order, nothing makes sense. Literally nothing makes sense. Because I think in Kyon's order, the first episode you're supposed to watch is like halfway through the show or something. Where's Kyon's order? Oh, yeah. Okay. So the first episode is supposed to be the adventures of Mikuru Asahina. And then the first two episodes. So hold on. Let me. Haruhi's a really cool thing. So, let me bring up Crunchyroll. I actually need to put these in my other window. Boop. Boop. I'm not using my Warframe window. Okay. So. I think that reckon Haruhi is referencing it. To some extent, yes, I do. Because I think a core part of, I mean, to some extent, it might have been influenced by it at the very least. Because if you think about it, Melancholy Haruhi, come here. Okay. If you really think about it, a lot of Haruhi is this like, the universe kind of centers around Haruhi, and like whether or not she's the embodiment of evil is kind of hard to. You can't really imply that, but yeah, okay. So I mean, it's not entirely wrong to say she's an embodiment of evil, because if she wanted to, she could destroy everything, but like, yeah, I don't know. I also haven't watched all of Haruhi, so I could give you guys a breakdown of kind of why I think, at least in structure and in the original broadcast order, it feels kind of like a reference to the Beast I Shouted, because here is Crunchyroll for Haruhi. So Kyon's order goes The Adventures of Mikuru Asahina, episode 0, then Melancholy 1, Melancholy 2, and then Boredom, which is altogether episode in chronological order. It is episode 25, then 1, 2, and then Boredom, which is further up. No, episode 7. So original broadcast order was 25, 1, 2, 7. And then it keeps going really weird from there. 3, and then Remote Island Syndrome, and then Mysterique Sign, and then part 2 of Remote Island Syndrome. So most places, most websites will list Haruhi in chronological, which, you know, is pretty sane because like all of Haruhi, like the original Melancholy series is, it builds like that's how I first watched it. I kind of regret it, but like it builds things up in a very normal way, or in a very like in a pretty good way. And so you could follow things, but Killen's Order is all the fuck over the place. And so one of the reasons why people actually still defend Killen's Order, is because it's fun to figure out what the hell is going on. And it's very, that reminds me a lot of this story, of the fact that it just like jumps all around the place. And so like Killen's Order is better from a dramaturgical standpoint. It just depends on the kind of person you are. If you want to be confused, like if you just want a good, fun romp, if you just want a good, fun romp, then doing it chronologically is great. It's still a good show, like regardless. But from a dramaturgical standpoint, Killen's Order is way better. Also from like an artistic standpoint too, because despite the fact that like one of the things that surprised me about when I watched Haruhi for the first time is it's a surprisingly artistic show for how popular it was. Like you have to think they full sent Endless 8, which is hilarious to me, but it's also a very like, you know, obviously artistic choice. It's also a bit, but it was a very artistic choice to full send Endless 8, because like when Endless 8 was airing, everybody was just fucking like livid and just in absolute despair by the end, because all of season 2 was pretty much taken up entirely by Endless 8. But like that's the point of Endless 8. Like it took a long fucking time to do the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? It's a surprisingly artistic show, and so if you that art is like artistic aspect of it is really hammered home if you watch it in Killen's Order. And it's lost if you watch it chronologically.
Treasure coffin.
So I do think that like the narrative structure at the very least could be influenced by The Beast That Shouted, which is where Vera's Melancholy got that. That's Vitruvius. Okay. Yeah, that could be where Vera's Melancholy got it from, but I feel like just from a structural standpoint, it's a bit of a stretch, or just to say that it's inspired is a bit of a stretch from a structural standpoint. But I do think like the cosmic horror, like the cosmic elements of it, because of what the main cast of Haruhi actually is. I'm so glad you didn't turn to stand. Anyways, you know what I mean. I do. I didn't do a thing. Yeah, I'm just here. I'm moral support. Although I have been getting a kick. Sorry, so many tangents. I have been getting a kick out of JoJo so far, because fucking Jolene and honestly have just been kind of, they've had Krillin syndrome the past couple episodes. It's just like the past episode. It's really funny. Because like that's one thing that JoJo's is pretty good at, is not full Krillin syndroming people, but they just straight up did that to Anasui and Jolene there for the for the um for the feng shui fight. Fontaine power scaling needs to be studied. What with fucking with what with Farina? So you did the others. After all, Vanipi only provided the pattern work and motifs from King Deshra's time. I was the one responsible for the main layout and palaces of this area. Oh, the Ramirians. Okay. Yeah, no, the Ramirians power scaling themselves by like their fucking rank. And like the archivists being like, yeah. We're gonna use that system instead of like something rational. What a wacky form of measurement. At least, like, if you're gonna do like a classification system on like what you can beat, then like can you like at least use like easy names for it, like letters or something? You know, honestly, it was a woman. I did actually. It makes me kind of sad because, and I'm not going. I don't blame Araki for it. My conspiracy theory about Honestly is that it is a mix of Araki being too cis for his own good and a little bit of publisher interference. Because Araki has come out and stated that he wanted to make Honestly a little more in like the gender fluid sort of situation instead of just a dude. And that's why in the manga Honestly is introduced as a woman. Because Araki wanted Honestly to be a little bit more ambiguous gender-wise, which I fuck with so much. But when Honestly shows back up for Feng Shui and like the solitary confinement fight, and where Araki just chooses, oh yeah, he's a guy. I feel like that's a little bit of him realizing that he didn't really know how to do the gender fluidity thing, and B, also being just the Japanese publishers like saying no. Because like there's also like a canonical fucking trans dude at the beginning of the manga. There's a dude with top surgery scars. Like like straight up, he's just there. He's like center of a panel. Like and the fact that Araki gets a lot of his inspiration from queer fashion culture, it's like Araki wants to, but to some aspects, he has like a little bit of respect to Araki for it, but also a little bit of criticism to him because he isn't just saying fuck you and full sending it. He is kind of bending the knee a little bit to his audience, which is, I mean, if it's your livelihood, then fair enough. But also, you have been writing this shit for longer than One Piece. You gotta have a lot of money. So even if your readership like dies the fuck off for putting a trans person in your work, like you can coast off that shit. But like, all things considered, Rocky is pretty like. His work is, yeah, exactly. Like, it's a little bit of, I respect Araki a lot for because you can tell he cares about the art that he takes inspiration from, and he cares a lot about queer culture. But also, I think he's a little bit too scared to like fully represent it, because like even with I know Quinn's not in here. She would go on a fucking rant about this, but because she absolutely adores JoJolian. Um, but whatever the like the genderqueer, like the transgender queer character, whatever in JoJolian is, they aren't represented very well in that way. So like, yeah, I don't know. Ask Quinn about it. Queer cutting of that character is the whole thing. She could go to fucking. Oh no, Vitruvius, no. This is starting to feel so good. Although, to be fair, I think the issue that publishers would have had with Honestly would have been more in the Yuri instead of the gender queerness. Arky said that the important part of drawing JoJo's is getting to draw hot men. Exactly. Which is so fucking funny. Because, like, JoJo's has, like, Fight Club syndrome in many ways, where it's, like, a lot of the... like, there are a lot of gay JoJo's fans. And, a lot of people recognize JoJo's for what it is, which is gay as hell. But, like, there are also a very large portion of people that just refuse to believe that it is. And I'm like, dude, the part that all these people hold in such high regard, which is part 3, like Stardust Crusaders, people see it as like this bastion of like high masculinity, and it kind of is, but they're also like all bears. Like they are like the they're like the ideal of gay men. like, how can you look at part 3 and think, oh yeah, no, this is cishet man's dream? Like, what? I don't know. I don't get it. It is some serious like cognitive dissonance. Yeah, straight up. You clueless scene between Abdul and Joseph. Exactly. They're village people vibes. This is the perfect way of putting it. Next, part 3 is just village people vibes, and then it's a little bit more. Also, one of the things that I love about Araki as a writer is his representation of men is so varied. It like JoJo's is positive masculinity in so many facets, and I love it. I love it so much. It's one of the parts. That's one of the reasons why I've kind of. One of the things that I find really engaging about it is it is very refreshing to see a piece of media, especially an anime, that is so much about positive masculinity in so many different forms, because like 1 through 3 are super masculine, raw, big guy, but like it's still good representation, and then it gets a little bit more varied with part 4, but still you know, it's still a little bit like that. And then part 5 with Giorno, it gets like really like that's where he starts leaning into the more feminine side of things, especially with the entire crew is very feminine, but still very comfortable in their masculinity, even though they are a lot more feminine. And then even part 6, part 6 is a little weird because, you know, women, but like even then it's a lot about like this this comfort, like being comfortable within masculinity, like like if a woman wanted to be masculine, that is what part 6 is. Like it's women being comfortable with their masculinity, which is sick. And in part 7, the main character is fucking disabled, so like it's having your comfort in masculinity despite that. Like, it's so cool. I'm so fucking excited for the rest of Sailor Run, dude. Oh my god. He went from bear to twink art style wise. He did, which is really funny, but wait, I need elevator. Part 5 is where he started taking inspiration from high fashion models for his design, which made the cruise so feminine. Oh, you know, okay. Quinn is gonna shoot me for this, but after sitting on it so far, I think part 5 is my favorite. Part of it is the designs. Part of it is fucking is Abakio's death, but like I see why someone might kill. From what I've seen, to be fair, I have not watched all of part 3. I haven't watched part 1 and 2 since fucking middle school. And I'm halfway through part 6. So like I don't have an all-encompassing view of JoJo's as a piece of media, but so far, I think part 5 is my favorite. I think that'll stay that way through part 6. But like, one of the reasons it like, obviously, I think the designs of part 5 are great. I just like I like the cast a little bit more, because one of the downfalls I think of part 4 is the Duan Gang is just too fucking big. Like, it plays it off as a joke a couple times, which I respect. The fact that they're able to play the cast's size. Like, obviously there's limits to the size of it, like, that not everyone is always there, but like altogether the cast is a little bit too big, I think, for part 4's own good. Akira is probably my favorite villain thus far. Kira is probably my favorite villain thus far, but part 5 altogether, just story-wise, part 5 is so much better. But a new visual novel-like game where you raise a daughter. Interesting. What game is that? I see the two of you look so much alike, and oh so pretty. Gay. My name is Kishama. And I come from, what was I going to say? The era in which the Dendro Archon had yet to become a child? No, yeah, no, okay. Ryo, that's actually a good point. I was gonna... Fucking Rolling Stones. That entire episode, the fact that the stand, I forget what his name is, but the stand user is literally just Jesus. Like, when, oh, what's his, I'm blanking on. Mista. Fuck. I blanked on Mista's name. Um, when Mista confronts the dude in the elevator, and there's just that pose of him with both of his bullet holes through his palms, and he's Jesus posing. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? So I had to rethink my way through the entire part when that happens, and I'm like, wait. The entire thing is so religious in its storytelling. It's so cool. It's so cool. Beats the shit out of a random dude that bullied a friend. Yeah, maybe letting her, yeah. It's 100% a story about Jesus and Satan. Yeah, no, straight up. Well, because, the interpretation that I walked away from, was Giorno was the second coming of Christ. Because, you know, Giorno is such a godly figure, almost. In how he's just so perfect, kind of. And he just shows up and kind of, it like causes everything to just blow the fuck up, with how just awesome perfect he is. And his stand is, Golden Wind is literally life. Like, make things into life. Like, it's a little it's a little on the nose, but that the fact that that's the actual story is so sick. I love it. Let her fight a monster. What game is this? What the fuck? Speaking of the epitaph he took thousands of years to come up with. I feel that. This is beyond absurd. If I hadn't told you, you would never known. Now you have, it's going to be hard for me to look Vitruvius in the eye without laughing. Alright, enough small talk. We've come all this way and it does look like we missed something. Called Magical Princess. Maho Shoujo. Maho Shoujo. Maho Shoujo. Oh, okay. I'm just looking and reading the Steam reviews. I'm like, holy shit! People are actually like gushing about it. Because like when you go to a game like that, you go into the you go into the like reviews of most visual novels, and they're like all jokes, right? They're all just like memes. But I go into the reviews of this game. It's like, oh, they're actually all good. Like. He's a mostly static character who made changes as he goes from confident to confident and competent. Really, the only difference between his arc and the arc of adult Jesus in the Bible is that Jonah doesn't die at the halfway point. Well, yes, but I think what the point of Giorno is Giorno is Jesus after his resurrection, or he comes back and just fucks everything up, right? Like, part 5 is just Revelations, like, because when you think of or not Revelations, but like, he's just, yeah, no, it's allegorical. It's all allegorical. He's not literally Jesus, but like, it lines up a little bit too perfectly. The fact that literally Jesus is killed in the Jesus pose during that last episode, or second last episode. I think it's No. Whatever that last episode is. But like, Jesus dies, and that chronologically that happens right before the start of the part, right? Because like right as they kill Jesus, like right after they kill the Rolling Stones guy, they get the news that the leaky eye guy from the very beginning of the part has died, has been found dead, which is what we know Giorno did that. So like a parallel, or like the from like a story structure like perspective, it's 1-to-1. I obviously, like, details are not the same because like Jesus took a while to come back, but like, yeah. Leave this place first and get back to the main hall. Astoria and Josephus are there too. Yada yada. Astoria is safe too. Yep. Yeah. I might have to actually look into that because I'm
Aw,
curious.
what a cute treasure coffin. Phew.
I need the fluff. I need fluffy shit right now to get me through
Go.
all the finals, all the final projects and shit.
With the wind.
Hello? Oh, we got yanked. It's also interesting. Yeah. Why is this? I don't know. It should be. This entire quest really should be voiced, but it's not. And it makes me so sad. Just made her steal an apple. Such a good father. Make her anti-capitalist, I guess. I don't know. Ashtray maze core.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Solidify!
He doesn't have the church, he's still he's a good person. Ah, yes. The theological morality be like.
Huh? Phew.
Actual mechanic in the game. I mean, I figured.
Go.
Afar's Avian. The apparent leader of the suppression type keeper, stronger than the average keeper. Red Dead 2. Be like, throw money at them. You'll be good. Bribery, it works. Oh, like this. Okay. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, there we go. Donate $20 to the camp. We'll figure out all the bank card that Arthur killed 4 people, 40 people. Yeah. Usual video game mechanics.
Solidify.
Nice and spicy. Strike a pose. Time to go.
Mom.
Booba, get them. Go. Huh?
Stealing gives her charm. It sounds like it's one of those games where it's like it's fun because it is kind of absurd. Which I do love me a bit of an absurd game.
Gather.
Huh?
I should start stealing from my local pub. Ow. What the fuck is that hitbox? Okay. Sick. Okay. Where are we? Is it all over? Everyone's been restored. What is it? Why are you worrying your lips like that? Are you so noticing you have to keep yourself from crying? No, they're laughing. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. I feel you on. I'm only a little embarrassed. Love is fate, as is death, and neither is a laughing matter. FF10, yep, FF10 reference. God, I love that game. Where's Aitlin, by the way? I have no idea. I was standing outside with everyone else. They were still in each other's arms a moment ago. That's a little Scarpa to stop and get everyone back to the main hall that I left them and came over to you. She couldn't have gone very far. This is an amethyst bridge. It belongs to my older sister and was one of the things in my suitcase that I lost. I got it now. That's the last one I'm taking care of, I believe. Unless there's more. It must have been placed here as an exhibit from this area. Actually, the reason I started thinking about what to write on my epitaph is because your sister asked me about it. Those words weren't exactly things I've been holding in for thousands of years. Does nobody die here? Wouldn't it be impossible for anyone to leave behind a truly magnificent epitaph then? See, once again, the tie behind Romhilda and death. Given my former status, I could probably be laid to rest at the priest's cemetery alongside branches of silver and white. Yeah. Which would be a tremendous honor, albeit one without any space for an epitaph. In that case, that's a no from me, because I've already written mine. And it says... Thank you so much. What about that coin of yours? The one from King Deshret's day? You still making it, thinking about that? Fine, you can have it once I finish chanting my 10,000 prayers of penance to King Deshret. You lie, that's impossible. That is better for a laugh. I'm really grateful to you. Howdy, Quinn. Welcome in. How are you doing? You missed all the JoJo's ranting. You missed my JoJo's ranting. Okay, where are we at now? Oh, you're here, Astoria. I'm heartbroken, I know. It just came up. We're about 10 minutes of JoJo glazing, yeah. Yeah, I said I might have broken your heart, and I admit that I think I like part 5 more than part 4. I've sat on it for a little bit. I'm like, I think that's so far part 5 is my favorite. I'm sorry. I know you like part 4, but like I get hours of JoJo glazing out of stream. I mean, you get hours of me watching JoJo's out of stream. Like what? So then have you found what you're looking for? Yes, I have. Thanks for asking. Splendid. First purpose of the post. Okay. For literally for what? I have a different opinion. Although it doesn't matter though for you because JoJolian hasn't been animated yet, so. I think you literally would like shoot me if I said I still like part 5 more than JoJolian. Part 4 is a banger in its own way. That is true. Part 4 is still really good, and like part 4 is the reason. Like, I'm very glad Quinn made me start at part 4. We watched like a really fast recap of part 3. And then just jumped into part 4. I'm glad she did that because of I think part 4 is really what hooked me into the concept of JoJo's. That sort of starting with that sort of small town feel where the villain is just kind of a guy. Is a really good way of hooking yourself into the show. Yeah. Part 4 is great. I did really enjoy it, but I just think the part 5 just really struck so many good chords. It really changed with Abakio's death. Like, I was kind of on the fence and like, okay, part 5 is really good. I don't know if I like it more than part 4 yet. But then that flipped with Abakia. I'm like, fuck, okay. Fucking Rancha's performance of that scene is so good. Oh my god. Part of me wants to make a video on it because holy shit. Naranja's performance alone makes that scene. To be fair, my opinions have changed a little bit on your rewatch. In what ways? 'Cause I know this is your first watch of Stone Ocean. First time you've rewatched the show in a long time. JoJo's is one of the only shows that I will be a sub supremacist about. JoJo's is such a it is a show that is so steeped in the cheesiness that Japanese as a language can do. It can pull off that it works I think only in Japanese. So yeah, we are watching sub, but and that's what I'm saying is like Naranja's performance in JP is fucking incredible. Like it is so good. I don't know if you'll ever be able to like. I don't know if you would ever able to like top that, honestly. My sister's the outdoorsy extroverted type. Still, before I could read for myself, she used to read to me all the time. She's watching. Oh yeah, no, I'm. Like I love me some good. I love me dubs. JoJo's is the only one I will not watch dubbed. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like it just doesn't click in my head. Like you're a non-existent metaphorical pet cat in the split. Okay. You should finish part 3 just for Dio. Kind of want to. Part of me wants to just start watching part 3, but yeah, I kind of started it, but I was like, I speak of pathological melancholy, not the sort of the one above feels when gazing upon our suffering. Wait, hold on. I've been so clocked out. Most sagacious of you, I believe you and I shall be even better friends than I was with your sister, since we have the same interests. I could read. Yep. But what has melancholy got to do with something like that? Wait. Do you know what the names Melanta and Nayelita mean? Nope. They mean melancholy and nothingness. Okay. Melanta's melancholy. Of Haruhi Suzumiya. No, of what? Vera's melancholy, huh? No. I speak of pathological melancholy, not the sort the one feels above when gazing upon our suffering. Did she tell you all that? Frankly, I was gay about the revelation she presented. I wouldn't have thought anyone audacious enough to build a sanatorium atop the site from which the Temple of Space had ascended. I have to disagree with Melanta. The only similarity is the first part of the word, which means black. Melancholy is black bile. I wonder if it's just something that got lost in localization. Because, like, you have to think, like, Nihilita, the root, that's the root, is Nile. And it's just because they just added whatever. That's more complete than Melanta. Well, guys, Melancholy was mentioned. It's time for the Endless 8. Yep, hell yeah. Let's go. You know, it was initially thought that melancholy was a biological ailment. The word for itself, yeah, exactly, a term for black bile. But subsequently, people came to believe that melancholy was an affliction of the heart. It does take time to get to the right answer. But today, humans have once again discovered the truth. Melancholy is indeed also pathological. Thus, both medication and companionship are vital to recovery. We already knew that all that back in my day. The angels had told us so. But while the songs of the angels and the latter-day Animo Archon can cure melancholy, the hollow consolation of ordinary folk cannot be expected to work such wonders. What are you trying to say? I still have to whisper this, for it is a secret. Why would the great one above who rules over the sky and space name her own creation nothingness and melancholy? They say she lacks the ability to empathize with others. There is nothing she cannot do, yet she is utterly helpless against genuine futility and the ailments of the human heart. This is why she named her creations the two things she is least able to deal with. Paimon gets that. Naming things after enemies you've never beaten makes them sound cool and powerful. Oh. They sound weak. I fear I can't come up with your 1,000 years worth of wisdom. I pray for the courage to give this all up and live a real life once more. Can you see what I'm saying? Feel free to come to me if you ever need anything, even if all you want is to talk about your sister. I will do that. Azurday is depressed. In the sense that she is numb, possibly. I focus on writing. Well, enjoy your writing. Thank you for popping in to saying hi, Quinn. I'm setting my novel in the 1920s and naming the antagonist leukemia. name your antagonist tuberculosis. You know, this OST also in this region is fucking incredible. I'm gonna teleport just outside of it, then we're gonna walk into it. That's just how I prefer to do these things. Story, we've basically freed all 3 areas. Most of the people are safe now, too. We even found everything Zaytland lost. Oh, thank you very much. I have to say, Nilita's got quite the eye for people now that he's opened it. Alright, your turn now. You mentioned a way to go up above before, and a price to go with it. Bring it on. Paimon's not scared of a couple adventures or a bit of more. Here's the villain's right-hand man at best. A mesothelioma. If you're gonna keep the like if you're gonna keep the theming of naming them after diseases, mesothelioma. Oh my god. When was this posted? Holy shit. Quinn just sent me fucking some Talia art. I'm like... It's a work in progress, but oh my god. Anyways, sorry, got distracted. With everything in detail tomorrow. All desire ceases here. Think about it. You've been here all this time, but you are neither hungry nor tired. Desire is a sign of time. Time changing. Heart's desire is lore relevant. Let's go. Anyways. Wait, so if time is paused here, how is there tomorrow? I'm asking the real questions. Zealand, after you've rested a bit, can we talk? It's about what I mentioned earlier, the thing I needed time to think about. Time, Mr. Freeman? Speak with me a while, wouldn't you? Okay. If you're feeling rested, come see me. What was the achievement that we got? Three reunions and a farewell. If anything, it feels like you got dragged into all of this because of us. Wait, the end? What do you mean? I mean, ours. Ours were all pretty dangerous adventures, but I got to see so many incredible things. That's not so bad. Did I? Okay, Zylo, okay. Whatever. Is there anybody that we need to, like, anybody relevant to talk to before we move on? Like, is there someone, like, tucked away that is the most imperative fucking lore drop of the past 6 years? Let's talk to historians at end. Okay. Salen, calm down for a moment and hear me out. I have no wish to be disrespectful or to speak out of blind hope. Your sister may still be alive. I saw her gravestone. Her picture was right there. But isn't it possible there's nothing buried within? Pema wants that to be true, really, but isn't that kind of optimistic? In the last letter she wrote me, my sister said she'd already decided to. That farewell wasn't written as a final goodbye, was it? She said she was going somewhere far away. Oh, it was way more literal than she thought it was. She mentioned it to me before. She always wanted to travel the world before she got old. Hilda wasn't speaking figuratively. She really did leave the sanatorium and set off. She talked about that. She was always so bright, and she got along with people easily. And she probably never told you that we were all that the other had. Let me be honest. Let me be cold for a moment. If her leaving would have caused 3 or 4 people to grieve, that weight might have outweighed her sadness. But now it's only me. She knew I'd understand, that I would forgive her for it. It's not like that. You shouldn't think of it that way. You don't have to feel so sorry for me. When we were kids, our parents were still around, and life was good. Those memories were enough to carry us forward. But growing up, the world just gets hard. I've always been more introverted, and dealing with people at work really wears me out. I thought my sister being so outgoing would have it easier. But even she always looked exhausted when she grew up. You two still have a future. Oh, then she probably never mentioned her fiancé. He was just a good person. An ordinary one. Kind, interesting. Sometimes I wish he hadn't been. If he'd been a bad man, things would have been easier. His family had a hereditary illness, some strange disease. They never really lived long. He'd joke about it sometimes, blame the Animal Archon for planning Mondstadt too well, so even a family like his could never never faded out. One day he said he was going to save the world, and then he left. Save the world. Well, the world's still turning, so maybe somewhere out there in a place no one noticed, he really did. Hey, that's a Vera's melancholy thing. Hey, that's literally fucking one of the endings of Vera's melancholy. That's the one. The one that focuses more on Vera, right? Yeah. You know how you always say that if someone who lives forever can't love everyone and be loved back, the world would drown its wait. You know how you always say that if someone who lives forever can't love everyone and be loved back, the world would drown in sorrow? I think you're right, which means a short life isn't even allowed that much. He wanted to give his life to love, and it only hurt my sister more. So much that she was sent to a sanatorium in the mountains, this very place beneath our feet, a place steeped in curses. That's Sachi? Yeah. She never told me any of this, I'm sorry. And knowing all that, you think she's still alive? I do, because she did something here. And because of my fear, she was forced to live on. You have my respect, Historia, you really do. But I think you've seen too much suffering across history. Pain vast enough to drown the world. For someone as ordinary as me, even a small part of that is enough to bury an entire life. You can't truly understand my sister and I. So how do I set foot on mortal earth once more? I'm just a short-lived little someone. Eternity isn't meant for me. Mr. Soria? This place used to be completely cut off from the world above? Wouldn't the proper verbiage of that be below? Oh wait, is he talking about the suchness, whatever? I'm gonna just say the Temple of Suchness. I know that's not what it's called, but like, is he talking about that as above? Because when he said like the world above, I thought my thought was immediately Teyvat. I'm like, shouldn't that be below? But after Nihilita fell, Dex seemed to have gained the ability to carry people of the living world between the pillar, hall, and the surface. Even so, it cannot return those who were chosen to come here. It is a watcher in juvenile form, and that limitation is part of its nature. You're saying Dex is the same kind of being as Nihilita? Just imagine fucking Dex's like little sing-song note is just the fucking first four notes of Megalovania. If we want to go back down, there's only one way. We have to give up every memory we have, everything we know, and climb to the very top. In the past, that meant meeting the mistress. Now it would be melancholy. So I went behind my back to drink alcohol. Honestly, fair. Oh no, the consequences of your actions. Go her. Also, maybe not. It depends. It depends on the situation. We're gonna condone underage drinking, but like, it happens. Anyways, so I can't go with you. At least let me see you off. Like 13. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not nearly as much of a go girl, but like, Lion's Celerity. Like the League of Legends rune. Yeah, actually, before we start this, I'm gonna take a quick break get some tea going because my voice is getting a little scratchy. And yeah, I will be right back here. Turn on music again. There we go. Okay, I will be right back. Fucking, you see this B plot you're going through, while the rest of the stream just continues as being shit. Honestly, me too, Hilo. Oh my god. Oh. I said, put some, I love being the B plot. I also had to throw some more water into my fan to fend off. I know the heat is coming. My room gets so fucking hot later in the day. Here in starting in a couple hours, it just starts heating up. Especially when I have my mic on. So I just gotta prepping. But yeah. So yeah, a couple of y'all missed my fucking ranting at the beginning of the stream about my current anime like side weird obscure one that I'm watching right now, which is the Agents of the Four Seasons. If y'all haven't heard of it or haven't watched it yet, I recommend it. As a reminder to watch Agents of the Four Seasons. Pretty good. My two, like every season or every couple of anime seasons, I'll have like my handful of shows that I'll watch. Like right now, for me, is like Witch Hat and Agents. And then I have, JoJo's happening in the background. But like my two right now for this season have just been fucking I've just been Witch Hat and Agents. You cure alcoholism by donating. Father to father advice, exactly. Space choices? Yeah, exactly. I have good taste. I just don't have a lot of it. Is the thing. I only have really the patience for a handful of shows at any given time. That's why the shows that I have watched are few and far between. And most of them are like one seasons. Yes, it does have Sob in it. It has a lot of people in it. It has like the main core cast of Horimiya in it, which is fun. Like you can tell where they got like it's the same like studio or there's some connections there. Because like Marissa Duran is one of the main characters. Alejandra Saab's one of the main characters. Celeste Perez, which is the voice of Sakura from Horimiya, is the main character of Four Seasons. So like, I wonder if they had like a casting director in common or something. But so far, it's actually really good. Definitely not as strong as like Witch Hat or whatever. And I like I said, even I'll watch anything with Stop. Yeah. So far, at least in the English dub, Sob has appeared. The character that Sob plays is in 1 or 2 episodes. He's gonna play a larger role in here in the next like couple episodes. I have a feeling, but he only is like present in 1 episode in the English dub so far. But like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, for your Hero, it's a good show so far. I do think the one nitpick I have with it is a little heavy-handed on the emotion. At least so far. It feels like it throws tears around a little bit too willingly. But other than that, it's actually a really interesting concept. And it's really pretty too. Hello. What the fuck? Asmodee Enki. Oh, is she about to get yoinked? Are we all about it? Oh my god. Hello? Hey, we've done this bit before. Alice. I survived 8 seasons of that. Issue. Okay, fair. So the reason why I say that is it feels like the criticism I threw at it was it's the same person that wrote the Violet Evergarden light novel. She also wrote 4 Seasons. Hello. And so it kind of feels like she walked away from Violet Evergarden going, okay, lots of emotion worked. Here you go. And so the story is kind of revolves around the emotional toll of the position the characters are in. It's not like bad or anything. It's just you kind of notice. Whoa. Whoa. Hello? That was a cool effect. Holy shit. One cannot pass through this gate. They cannot let go of all their desires. I got cubed. I'm in a cube world. They call it heaven, it's truly hell. I never seen the world. This place is neither heaven nor hell. Neither. I missed it. I'm in a cube land. My castle's so grand. Da, 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 da. State of mind forever. You no longer have any connection to the world. Why has this just turned into every indie psychological horror game ever? I mean, I wouldn't say ever. You shall remain here forever. That is because you are unable to let go of your desires. Why do you care about my desires so much, dude? Come on. Hey, wake up. Hello. Insert Jonathan Sims narration here. Slay the princess reference. Hello? Try to take down the obstacle. It's the HSI. Okay. First one, paradise. Second one, hell. No, I was about to make the joke. Was like, HSR gameplay starts. Gameplay makes it hard. Yeah, it definitely is. Genshin can't really be a proper horror game. Like, oh my god, this is sick. I also think like the engine just doesn't have the graphical capabilities to really lean into it. Well, yeah, also the gameplay just doesn't help. This is really sick, actually. Maranasati Casket, Divine Barrier, Transcendent Enlightenment. What the fuck?
Stabilize.
Shower me with praise. Higher, higher.
I like how I do like how this area, this entire like section, has like has like one an actual enemy that we fight. It's just these guys. It's just we only fight these guys. Massive hell type. It is kind of funny actually. Like that is kind of silly. It's like you are in. You are now in. Welcome to hell. The absolutely scary with fuck to your expectations of what's possible. That's only really possible in dialogue and cutscene where life and death. Yes, and also I don't really think it ever comes off as scary. It comes off as unsettling, which I think are different things. To the apathic interval. So how are you supposed to get out? The usual way is through meditation, learning to master your mind and thoughts and then letting go of every desire. In short, we must maintain a state of complete emptiness. Annihilation. Depending on a person's nature and the strength of their desires, it can take anywhere from a few years to several centuries. Finds that Buddhism maxing, yeah. Let's find Zeitland and figure out from there. Where'd you pick it up? Wait, Dex was dragged in here as well? In that case, there might be a chance to turn this around. Since Dex is also a watcher, it might be able to use the power contained within these fragments to force open a path. We're gonna need to give these fragments a name. I've heard of these overwrought coffins. They were set up by one of the temple mistress's sisters, Maranasat. Mara? No. Wrong game. Maranasati casket, I believe they were called. Death Muse shards. Marana. Aranara will never leave us alone.
Jackpot.
I still haven't even finished Maranara. Whoa, hello. Excuse me.
Solidify.
There's tank it. Hell yeah. It's like an OG God of War. I've never played God of War, so I have no idea.
May I present?
Hello? Oh no, he's dropping cubes. I'm in a cube world. My castle's so
Stabilize.
Can I like ride from them? No. Which block? This one? Oh, I see. I'll never do RNR, it's too daunting. I started it, I'm like, okay, this is fun, and then I was like, oh, we must be done, right? And it was like only halfway through. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I'm not doing it. I just gave up. My name is Alaric. Alaric Sauceman? It's a 6-hour quest. It's longer than that. My name is Alara. I was once an ascetic of the Age of Silence. I no longer remember how much time has passed since I came here. Even this place has broken my silent cultivation. So it is true, cultivating a mind without a thought or desire leads one to reincarnate into the unthinking heaven of evil. Unthinking Heaven of Evil is definitely a title. Holy shit. Like 10 to 12? Yeah, that's more like it. An entire whole ass indie game inside of of my fuck whole ass indie game inside of my gotcha game. Holy shit. First time I left this place, it took me hundreds of years to get the pursuit of truth and my longing to see my loved ones again. Not willing to give any of those up. That makes two of us. Hi, Dex.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
I like how neither of you have done it too, which is really funny. Like I would love to see like Hoyo's internal stats, so like, cause you know they track that shit. I was like, I want to see how many of them are like, what the internal stats are of like player percentage, like the percentage of players that have actually completed. Oh, it's like that one, oh, holy shit, go away. It's like that one enemy from Shifting Sandland.
Stabilize.
And like one last quest book. Oh, okay. Nice shelter. While you go absolutely fucking buck wild, dude. Holy shit. Oh, it's Island. You alright? I'm fine. I just had a very, very long nightmare. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say that. I can't take it anymore. Why does this keep happening to me? Why is it always me? First mom and dad, now my sister. It's okay. I'm here with you. I know. I'm not angry at you. What does Dex picked up? I call it a death muse shard. It may be a way to move from death onto life. Alanta and I lead that can move within this place freely, and they usually bring people with them, in which case Dex should be able to do the same. Can someone get Zeitland a therapist? Yeah, she really do need some help. Hey, Lindsay, welcome in. Yeah, Zeitland really needs a little bit of help, dude. She's a little bit too traumatized. What next, Dex? Insert the spotted by enemies in Metal Gear sound effect. The whoop. Let's follow directions. It's like Brush Buddy, like pointing the way to the alleyway. It's like, okay.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
So yeah, I mean, it's one of her many issues. It's like the culmination of all of her issues. Look, something's floating. Non-red cubes. Okay. Yoink! My daughter spray bottle paint? Okay. Hello? Climb the stairs? What stairs? Excuse me? Oh, these stairs. Whoa, okay. The visual clarity on that is not very great. Everything is turned upside down. More like sideways. Your daughter's boutique. the fucking the Hez side quest. One would have to pass the wall of lament first, and that wall is the barrier no mortal can climb. I just, you know, okay, so this game is fun because you have so many like little anachronisms, right? Or like things that don't really make all that much sense. Sometimes some of them are funnier than others, such as right now, Hu Tao is floating through fucking hell. Like Zhenzhou, yeah, exactly. You know, girly Pop's got issues. She really does need some. I mean, maybe this is her sort of therapy, but I don't know. Get her a professional and not like a scholar that is dead, but also kind of not. That's cool. That's fucking sick. That is so cool, actually. Talk to everyone again? Are we out yet? Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. What color has the sky become? I never actually got out of the heaven of nothingness. Yes, I know. I've never seen you. It is kind of giving Thumper, and I love it. Anything that ever pulls the Thumper thing, I would love. I love that aesthetic. I'm also getting Ava, which is a much less subtle comparison. Oh, that's so sick. That, okay. I just realized that that's there. That almost feels like that's supposed to be heaven. Like real heaven. Like this is almost like purgatory? I haven't even watched Evangelion, but I would not be shocked if Shinji showed up. Get to the mech, Shinji. It's all about the Mets. The Mets, Shinji, the Mets. Anyways. Where did you two just go just now? I nearly had a heart attack. I was calling your names the whole time. Why wasn't Paimon dragged to the apathic interval? Paimon sus again. Well, maybe because that's actually a good explanation other than head empty. Can't get out of the time box either. Fucking no, like getting rid of desires because of the getting rid of desires part. Apathic can mean desireless, but pathos can be read as sin. Okay, so the reason why I'm saying that is because one of the things that I've been kind of thinking about is how Dante-esque this kind of comes off as. Like, to some extent, it makes sense that this is... Well, no, because Purgatory was... Purgatory was separate from actual lived life. So you couldn't even say Teyvat is Purgatory. But then when we went down to the Pathic interval, it was down there. That was hell, right? That was just fucking hell. But it does make sense that. But it, like, so the quest was just called hell, but then if you're taking the Dante-esque like parallel, like the connection, then it would make sense for the Pathic interval to be more purgatory, because the entire point of purgatory is relieving yourself of all your sins. You know, all the P's carved into your forehead, and you get rid of the P's individually, and that takes a long time, and all that stuff. That's symbolic of you relieving yourself of all your sins. But like, or like increasing impurity too, whatever. But it definitely doesn't feel like this is paradise. She doesn't really think about much at all. No thoughts, head empty. Looks like Malanta really is angry now. Judging to face him has become important. Let's talk somewhere else. This place isn't exactly safe anymore. Well, I know no one asked, but hello everyone. My name is Alara. Hi, Alara. Judgment.
Jackpot.
The final judgment is the final countdown. I guess I last year, but I can't really see this as a Dante quest, because Dante's trilogy is really just such a fucked up story thematically. Zeitland cannot be compared to Dante. Should I go through radicalization arc? True. That's a good point. Well, like, it's definitely not like, it's not definitely not like a 1-to-1 Pathic interval anonymous. I think like 1-to-1 obviously it's not, but it kind of feels like this does want to, at least it's presenting itself in a Dante-esque like representation of theological punishment. You know, kind of. That's kind of where I'm going with it, but like I'm probably trying to square this into a rounded hole, or put a square into a round hole, because like hard pressed to say anything is not see Dante's Inferno as anything but a villain arc. Yes, if you were adapting the story directly, but Dante's Inferno is like the Divine Comedy is so foundational to modern conception of how heaven and hell work, is like very it's very easy to see a, like, even in like fantasy stories, you'll see like conceptions of heaven and hell that are very Dante-esque, but the stories themselves are not Dante-esque. It's just the world's structure, because you have to think kind of like how Paradise Lost did the Satan is sexy thing. First, like a lot of our modern conception of Abrahamic religion, especially Christianity, the structure of sightseeing different realms. Yeah, no, it is. And that's kind of where I'm getting it from. But like, you also have to think that like the idea of how hell is structured and how heaven is structured and how there's purgatory in between, that is so unique to Dante and to the Divine Comedy that it's pretty much all an adaptation of that thing. Sort of how Satan being a tragic, like more of a tragic story and being more humanoid it started with Paradise Lost. That's kind of where I'm getting all that from. I say sound of cowardice. If you go back to the mortal world this way, I know what choice you'll make. We said all we needed to say. That's all this is. What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't get it. We're talking about how we can manifest the path out to the heavens and teach Malanta a lesson? The one who went to face Malanta for all of us, the one who gave up every last memory, was your sister. Lind. What? Oh, Lind. As it, okay. Oh, I was like, was he referring to Romhilda? No. This thing that you, Lind, your sister was, yeah, okay. Back then, the early signs of Malanta's madness had begun to surface and many suffered for it. After all, we are not mechanics, and with lives that stretch on without end, that which we forget will always find its way back. She heard of Malanta's increasingly unreasonable tyranny, saw the many souls who had been cast down by his judgment. I told her to treat everything here as nothing more than an unpleasant glimpse of paradise. No need for anger, no need for sorrow. Since she too had been sent up here by Nihilita, Dex could always send her back. And what would it change returning just as she was? That's actually what she said as well. You two really are alike. I've heard that many times before. But she was bright and talkative. You're reserved, steady. They're the same person. They're the same fucking person. That's what many people say too. Wait, you said this before, didn't you? With the god of the Temple of Space gone, the path to the heavens won't vanish after it's been used once. So are we supposed to take the path Zeitlin's sister left for us? But Will, the pants, I know. There's such thing as different outfits. If that was the case, then my technical advice would be simple. We rush in and beat the stuffing out of him. Yeah, okay. No one knows what Malanta said to Hilda, but afterwards, in a fit of rage, he severed the path to the heavens that he had been formed from your sister's memories. And Hilda has already left this place. But doesn't that mean someone has to give up all their memories again to go up there? What about Dex? Isn't it the same species as that baddie? If Malanta can go back and forth, then maybe Dex could do it too if he tried hard enough. The space separating the atrium of suchness at its highest from the Hall of Emptiness is called the Corridor of Nothingness. The corridor's power comes from the temple itself. It is the rule of departure, while the Watchers exist to uphold that rule. Dex is only an immature Watcher and lacks the authority to control it. I'll offer up my memories. But I said it before, this happened because of my cowardice. The truth I know, the history, the knowledge, they're too heavy to bear. Why is Paimon calling Malanta hot? Oh my god. Tea. Bum, 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 bum. I hesitated, and Hilda saw right through me. Compared to you, the suffering of an ordinary human life really must seem like a negligible price. No, absolutely not. Everyone says they're a treasure to humanity. Let someone else do it. But Xiaojing and Paimon, we still have some important things to take care of. That's not right, Paimon. Everyone is equal. Bearing great responsibility is no reason to sacrifice others. Going around asking who's willing to give up everything they lived through doesn't feel right either. Let me do it. Let me do it. Zeitland, you're saying the exact same thing your sister did, but this time I absolutely refuse to accept it. Lid really is just, I want to die more. You've been here witnessing history across the ages, seeing every wonder the world has to offer. After all that, doesn't even a tiny part of you feel attached to this world? I think I finally know the answer to that question now, that most fundamental question of philosophy, which is whether one chooses to go on living tomorrow. You hesitated. Even that brief pause is enough to show the answer is already there. Tomorrow is worth living through. Tomorrow, make it tomorrow, and still tomorrow. That is the hope you will vest them in. No, Astoria. Wise though you are, you've made 2 mistakes. Enlighten me, please. Why did Nyalita choose my sister? And was it really just coincidence that I was brought here as well? Your sister said it herself. It was just a coincidence. The sanatorium had announced its closure, but before the relocation, she went for a walk at midnight. That's when she encountered Nyalita. It wasn't an accident. Listen, when you save yourself, you save the world. You save the world entire. I don't know if that's correct, but if my sister hadn't lost everything she once remembered, she would never have chosen to go on living. Now I understand why I was always sure she was still alive. A life that begins anew is full of hope, surely. And here I recall a passage I once read in the novel by Karasawa Aichi. The Savior offers themselves in a world of darkness, willingly bound upon the cross. Only then is their soul redeemed, ascending into the kingdom of light. That's literally just the fucking Bible. Confirmed that in Tevat, the Bible is Japanese. In an alternate universe where the Bible is a Japanese light novel. Isn't that incredible? It means that you can heal your own melancholy and save the world at the same time. So I'm not giving the that chance to you. For a second I almost thought that was Hilda talking. That's not really her style. I met God, he's Japanese. Of course not. She doesn't read much. She can quote the classics half as well as I do. Paimon is judging. You're not allowed to object either. When I return to the world below with my memories gone, I'll need you to tell me who I am and where I'm meant to go. Hey, how are we supposed to respond to that? We've only just met and you're already talking about erasing everything and starting over like none of this ever happened. A story so good you'd forget everything just to experience it again? That's the highest praise there is. You're friends of that caliber, I'd say. I would love to like... There are a handful of media, or pieces of media that are like... People will regularly say, I wish I could wipe my memory to experience it again. I would love to be the author or like of someone who worked on those pieces of media, and like, what is it like to hear that sort of praise? To fucking hear your work as like, I would literally have amnesia to experience it for the first time again. Because we recited the Bible in Japanese. Trying to context clue my way through this. What you sent, Phantom. Oh, it's literally I met God. He's Japanese. Okay, that's really funny. I did my context clues. I got it because I know that the funniest part about it is like I don't know a lick of Japanese. I'm reading it purely based off my knowledge of Chinese. Looks like was Shadow the Hedgehog the entire time. Hatsune Miku. Anyways. With Chinese instead, yeah. Backwards engineering Chinese because you know Japanese. What is this? No, because like in what you sent, it's like the first character is Yuan, which is God, and then I know the first 3 characters of that second sentence, which is Ruben, which is Japan, and then Ren, which is person, so Japanese person. I know the last 2 kana is des, so like in my head I read it Ruben Ren des, which is so fucking wrong. That is. So Astoria, please take us there. Allons-y. Should have done the scamming. May I try to persuade you one last time, Zyland? No. Your argument has already failed, Mr. Astoria. My sister's grave down below is empty. Aren't you worried I might just leave now and lie down in it myself? Yeah, okay. The stairway to the heavens manifested from your sister's memories was severed, but part of it still should remain. Excuse me? Role selection in lobbies. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I got a notification from League of Legends stuff, like leaks for League of Legends. Right, this time your memories might intertwine with Hilda's, which might cause something unique to manifest. So does this mean Zytland might still keep half of her memories instead? So as before, offering up all one's memories has nothing to do with passing through the corridor of nothingness. Allowing you one final glimpse back, that is merely an act of mercy. I am doing a charm build. Okay. Okay, then won't we end up seeing some really private stuff? Is that okay? Honestly, props Paimon for having to respect privacy. I like. Good shit. I offer you the memory of a yellow rose seen at sunset years before you were born. I offer you explanations of yourself, theories about yourself, authentic and surprising news of yourself. You still have to answer every question about me, you know. So feel free to look. These will prove indispensable in rebuilding the real me. If it concerns her privacy, then we'll watch it together. Huh. Okay. Leaving her little sister to wander the world alone? She had it coming. Okay, that's actually really funny. Like, serves her right. The bitch. Anyways. Never mind trying to talk though. Talk tough. Now you sound like you're just being mean. So real. The idea of raising one child like an RPG character. Really funny. I mean, that's what the game is. Apparently. I'm very curious about this game now, just from what Hez is saying. I kind of want to check it out because this sounds so hilarious. That's so funny. I love it. Anyways. Yeah, apparently like, yeah, that's what I was reading there. Look at you suddenly so chatty. That's so. Are we building the corridor of nothingness' stairway to the heavens right here? Yes. This is like BitLife, but actually good. Oh my god, I remember BitLife. Holy shit. Oh my god. I remember that being huge middle school. Oh my god. Explore the corridor of nothingness. There is a lot here for being a corridor of nothingness. I'll be straight up. Still Parasite stuck on my phone. Really? What's Thaniki? Oh, hello. I haven't heard that sound in a while. Holy shit. Never gotten to it. No, it does. It, like, objectively, it's a fucking terrible app. Like, it sucks. Like, it's not a hot take. It's generally shit. Thank you for playing out the music. God, this is gorgeous. Okay, so... Wait, hold on. My sister's handwriting. Okay, before we get into this. So, my, it's funny playing a game with good music again. Or, okay. Let me rephrase that. I have been playing so much Warframe recently. And in my Orbiter... the song that I have playing most of the time is this shitty parody of NSYNC that it's genuinely a good song. It's like, it's actually kind of a fun song, but like, I really hope I don't get copy struck for this. But the joke is that it's a parody of NSYNC from this band, this in-universe band called Online. Like, this is the joke. And so it's supposed to be a song that's a celebration of Y2K. And so there's like a whole ass... So Warframe's such a weird fucking game. So there's a dating sim in the game, and one of the characters that you can date, Aoi, is fucking obsessed with these guys, especially the front man. I think his name is like Zeke or something. And it's like, it's so hilarious. It's so cheesy. But like most of the time when I'm playing a video game nowadays, that's what's playing in the background, not like this good music. There's a dating sim? Yes. Warframe has a dating sim. You can do everything in this fucking game. It is ridiculous. There's a dating sim, there's a rhythm game, there is a Souls-like RPG, there's a there's a whole bunch of lore, there's like a shooting game you can play. People say you can play Go. It's not Go, it's Komi. You can play, there's like a microeconomics thing. 2 hours of it. Play it again. Play it and stick with it for like through Neptune. And the story is awesome. The game story is fucking incredible. Especially ever since since when you probably last played it, Ryo. But yeah, late game content is so good. Genuinely. Anyways. There's a roguelike in the game now. There's a couple, actually. You can go fishing. Go fishing. You can mine. You can there's like a wildlife capturing. There's fucking start Warframe. Oh yeah, no, straight up. Warframe has skyrocketed to my most played game recently. I think it was like 200 something hours of playtime, probably low 300 hours of playtime. Now I'm at 625. Since I started playing it again, it's an issue. I don't know. I need to get back into Silk. I played like a first like quarter of Act 1. And there's just a few messages left behind in a short poem she wrote. It's not a farewell. She must still be alive. Can you read all this? Oh, you will. You will. Like. Memory. No, wait. Hi, Mondstadt. I like how the quest says, please head to the Temple of Space. Very unfamiliar. Alright, so I walk into the blue hat. This is giving me Edith Finch vibes. Windmills raise their arms in farewell. This is why I have their summer colors submerged in water. This is why I have Genshin down as the greatest soundtrack of all time. Just like gacha game. Non-gachas are 6 to 1800. I would assume my most played non-gachas League. I don't know how much time that is though. Most played non-gacha Celeste based. As a child. This is so Edith Finch. Only a quiet blue melancholy. An old gentleman of Fontaine and curious attire. The lights from an aqua burst in a hurry. It vanishes into whatever. Saying this guy no one remembers by name. What a line. Gloriously beautiful this world truly is. Oh, chills. Holy shit. Oh. The Mondstadt Dream Aria motif? Yeah. What are these? Hello? Can I interact? Why is it sparkle? Can I break this like I broke the other one? Oh, okay. My sister's poem. Oh my, it's all emotion. Not a lick of literary flair. Still, it's not bad. Do you still remember who we are, Zeitland? Hey, Astoria already said my memories will only fade quickly once we leave this place. So I know exactly who you are and who I am. What I just saw was all the worlds my sister used to read out to me when we were kids. The worlds we dreamed of together. Are there really sunken treasures beneath Fontaine's high seas? Are there really yokai in Inazuma's Chinju forest? Do magical spirits like the RNR really exist in this world? Have I grown up too much to ever see them again? Oh my god. Oh, so eat the finch. Okay. We've already seen things far more wondrous than that. They do exist. I'd love to see the RNR someday. From now on, the path to the heavens linking the Hall of Emptiness in this tower, they will exist only as two girls' shared longing for a beautiful world. That, too, is a kind of eternity. A garden with lilacs bloom?
If we bury it, maybe it'll spring back to life.
That's an interesting phrasing. Okay. Damaged coffin. Time has washed away every trace, every lingering presence, and yet you know, the one who once rested here was the person most important to you. Oh, fuck you. Wait, what? What? Wait. What? Implies Lumine wasn't directly TP to where Dana went. Imagine. Yeah. No, okay. So... Oh, we're gonna have to reconstruct timelines now. Fuck. Okay, so... To be fair, though, time and space, this place is kind of outside of that. So she could have been here for a while, and that would have been like an instant. But it's still like... According to the Reed Miller lore, the Cataclysm may have... Yeah. Okay, so... when Asmodee did shit to us, she pretty much just added Lumine to her personal collection? I was going to, don't worry. So instead of putting her in like the rest of the museum, she just kind of added it to her like personal collection. Fucking... Okay. But why? And again, yeah, it makes timeline weird. Like, it makes the timeline weird. And... my question then, too, is... what happened first? Did Asmodee disappear and then Lumine broke out? Or... because it damaged implies she broke out, right? That's the implication I get here. Is that she escaped. What happened first? Did Lumine escape and then Asmodee disappeared? Or did Asmodee disappear and that gave Lumine time and space to escape? That's a question that immediately raises. Then also this saying, hey, fuck you, just keep moving. Don't grieve around. Don't grieve over this. Ooh, okay. Investigate. Whoa. Hello. Okay. Written in 2 languages. The language used in the upper text is completely unfamiliar. Your containment facility is rather ingenious. It took me years of careful thinking from the inside before I finally managed to slip out. Though I trust you that will not shock you too much. I may only be a novelist, okay, but I have wandered across many worlds and devoured countless mystery and detective stories. So a sharp mind is practically part of the job. There is melancholy, maybe? Out from beyond Teyvat, and a novelist. If you happen to find this note, do relax. The containment vessel should still be intact, I think. To be honest, the days... Oh, yeah, okay. It is. He is VM. Okay. VM Bear is melancholy. To be honest, the days locked inside were so unbearably dull that I ended up doing something rather productive. I finally worked out the ending to Vera's Melancholy. Even so, I must say that what you did was rather unfair. The universe may not share a single code of laws, but locking someone away without so much as an explanation seems a little unreasonable, does it not? You did not even allow the border authorities to speak with me. Dude, is Alice literally just a fucking border patrol? Like, she's literally like a government agent? Oh my god. The Hex and Circle are literally just border agents. A business or pleasure. So now you tell me I entered illegally. Oh my god. That is really amusing, given that I have already received royalties in your local currency. By now, the publisher, a publishing house, if I have the name right, must have readers searching everywhere for me. Then again, after all these years, I doubt anyone still cares how the story ends. This message was written in 2 languages, the language of the Andromeda Empire and the local tongue. The 2 scripts are printed together to reduce the chance of misunderstanding. Oh my god. Okay. Alice is not evil, okay? To be completely fair, Kyubey, there's a difference between that. Like, Alice isn't evil. She's like, she's a good person. Andromeda Empire. Yeah, so the implications here are weird. So, once again, I bring back I think it was an HSR web event. It was low-key a war criminal, but she's a good mother, so she's fine. The Andromeda Empire is the APC. Okay, I was going that direction. So, okay. So, there was that HSR event a really long time ago. That was, like, it was a web event that implied the existence of a Yai publishing house novel outside of Teyvat in the HSR universe, which is pretty much the outside of very early HI3 stuff from when Genshin came out. That's the only clue that we have, the only implication that Genshin exists in the same universe. But also one of the points that about that Easter egg or that like little thing is it's very old. It's very I think they call out specifically that it's a very old book. Like from an era long past or whatever. So it could be that the Andromeda Empire that is, if we are taking that, if we're taking this like this parallel here, or if we are saying that this is some sort of confirmation that that web event Easter egg is canon, and like HSR in Genshin are in the same universe. I could see the argument being that Genshin takes place far in the past from when HSR does, and that the Andromeda Empire that's being spoken of here is like something that way predates the IPC. Like the prior incarnation of it almost. Or it could be from like a different part of the imaginary tree, right? Or like a different tree. Because there was that quest in Penacony that implied that we have a full forest of imaginary trees in the universe, and that there's multiple like yada yada yada. Could be a different thing. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could take that. Why the fuck did she take a novelist though?
Huh?
Like Lumine, I get. Lumine, I do understand. A novelist though, my dude, like, come on. I get tyrannical government doesn't like art, but like, it still just seems weird to me. That's what is really big. Yeah, no, she turns into a fucking plot of misery. Oh my god. Another book I highly recommend. If you want some good horror, Misery is so good. Common part. Yeah, that's the only common denominator there, but like, she doesn't capture all outsiders though, which is a weird thing. Child of humanity, no. You are my creator, my lord. Why would you choose her and abandon me? Hey, did it suddenly fly into a rage? There's a forest of imaginary trees. Is that forest in an imaginary world? Does existence start and end in that forest? I don't know. That's a good point. That's actually a really good question. Were both the twins kept there? And if yes, when was the novelist stuck there? I don't think so. If imaginary tree falls, no one is around to hear it. Oh, actually, okay. That raises a really good point, Phantom. I didn't even think about that. Is theoretically, by leaving this place, you lose your memories, right? Was Ether kept here? And when he left, did he lose his memories? Is that a possibility? But then also the question of, I mean, okay, never mind, because the mechanism would be different, right? Like, Lumine was backdoored into the sanctuary of suchness, or whatever it is. She was kind of backdoored because, like, the part of the mechanism of that Xyland had to undergo was she had to sacrifice her memories. She had to sacrifice her memories to get there. But you can, if you are like one of the Watchers, or I would presume Asmodee, you can come and go as you please without having to do that. You know, Ether had amnesia. Yeah, but like, it kind of comes off as his amnesia is more of a result of head trauma instead of magical memory stealing. You know, your normal kind of amnesia. Like no, it generally feels like it doesn't match up necessarily from what we understand. Oh no. Send them back. Bet. I have autism creatures. I'm good. I don't need to be sent. You can't beat me.
Cross over.
You're just literally just bonking. Heart skill sound effect. You can't beat me. I have autism. Exactly. I have autism and girly pops featuring Zhongli. Find the hidden enemies and defeat them. Whoa. Within certain areas of the Temple of Space, you will occasionally see these special invisible keepers. Only by finding and defeating all the leave behind can you get out of this mess. Oh, that's so cool. What does this remind me of? This reminds me of something Undertale would do. This feels like something like a secret area in like an Undertale would do. Like a Bazzi's castle, like staircase thing.
Water jet.
Ah, okay. Are we playing Exit 8 now?
Water jet.
Unironically, I would have this painting. Unironically, I want that painting. Something's happening here. Things are changing, which is my indication to keep walking forward. You know what this reminds me of, what the painting reminds me of? Is this just Exit 8? Yeah. You know what this painting reminds me of? It's giving me, Gallifrey Falls no more. So like the Gollum Baker, cameo. As the curator of the museum. That canonically does not make sense. Like, the implication of the Colin Baker scenario in that episode of it's a Doctor Who thing. The Colin Baker cameo makes zero sense canonically. Like, it completely breaks canon.
Water jet.
Coming out of my cage. Now I'm getting that one ice girl fight from Twilight Princess. Outlander, since you are no child of humanity, how should I address you? See, he is a patty waist snatched. My name is Xiao Jing, and what do you mean by child of humanity? All who descend from the first ancestor shaped by the Lord of all, and those who born of that lineage are called children of humanity. Even the artificial people of the primordial sea granted special pardon are counted among them. Okay, so canonically there is an Adam and Eve sort of situation going on here. Guys, filler patch? Exactly. Yeah, canonically we've got an Adam and Eve situation going on here. There were first humans. But you may call me Tiffany. Why did God? Okay, I thought I said why did God take my sister? That was way funnier. But you stand outside this order. Why did God take my sister? I cannot answer because I do not comprehend it myself. I once believed it was merely punishment for transgressions, but now I fear that there is a deeper meaning behind it, as it is with the heretical myth that light and darkness birthed the primordial human. Makes sense because there's a lot of garden assembly. Yeah, there is. Ah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Phantom. Oh, is primordial human also like the primordial one? As in like, are we saying, okay. Interesting point here. If God created us in his likeness, if we're talking like Christian theology sort of situation, if God created us in his likeness, then wouldn't that make God human prime? Right? Like, so can you extend that, like, can you put that logic here? It's if the primordial one made humans on Teyvat in their own likeness, could you say that the primordial one is the primordial human? God is Adam and GE time? Hell yeah. Why are you suddenly answering all our questions so readily? We're so used to not getting answers ever that Paimon's like, why the fuck are you answering? Be harder. This is a rule engraved upon my very soul. When a human child offers up everything in pursuit of an answer, I must speak to the Creator's stead and withhold nothing. In the end, that human child will forget all things, fleeting answers, eternal release. This too is an expression of divine mercy. Then why are you being so harsh to the people in the Hall of Emptiness? This too is law. With the Creator absent and Nile fallen from grace, I must uphold the measure once set by my Lord. This place exists only to preserve. All innovation, all evolution is forbidden here. If I remember correctly, your name is Malanta, right? I know your name, human child. Sightland. How did my sister speak of me to you? She said that she and I could never reach an accord, but that one day her younger sister would come and defeat me. Did you hear that? In the end, you're the ones who were dragged into this, victims in my conflict. Yes, we really were just hired muscle chasing to pay. That Nihilita, seriously. Nihilita, the traitor, the fallen one. He abandoned his charge, yet dares to proclaim himself enlightened. We watchers were meant only to stand in silence, keeping vigil here at the Pillar Hall of the World. You got all worked up all of a sudden. Guess you have the time to get all sulky to see someone else free while you're stuck. But my sister miscalculated in one way. I'm an introvert. I'm not good with words. I've read a lot, sure. Maybe I understand plenty of truths. But I avoid talking when I can. The one who'll change your mind isn't me. So I think I'll leave it to you. Tom, I'm a... Whoa! Why you have voice lines? The fuck?
Judgment.
Strike a pose.
Excision required.
Higher, higher. Hands up
Get
high.
fucked up by a funeral director, boss, and
I will have order.
some autism creatures and a chef.
Right hand into the fire. Eat this.
Never mind that a couple of them are actually literally just fucking
No
gods.
praise.
Solidify. My master. Stabilize.
Corrupted angel or autism.
Fine flames. Pierce all that is mutable. Solidify.
What if the angel's autistic?
Shower me with praise.
I mean, with how literal he is. Don't be surprised.
Cross over.
Bonk.
Gather. My master.
Let the world collide.
Stabilize.
Some fuck ass cello action happening here.
Fine flames. Pierce all that is mutable. Punishment.
Nice and spicy. Strike a pose.
Stabilize.
Time to go.
Defeat. I just realized that the quest thing just says defeat melancholy, which is sick. Oh, that sound. Oh. Nihilita. I understand. I understand now. When the divine departs the throne, all creations are free. What? Divine departs the throne. All creation. Is that referring to Asmodee then? I almost moved on from that. I almost moved on from that as like a regular, like random line. Is that implying that Asmodee like stepped down? What do you want to say? This comes from years of living alongside my own melancholy, though I suppose I'm saying it a bit late. If your melancholy feels uncontrollable, that's a physiological illness. You should seek help early, get treatment, and cooperate with the ones administering it. You are like your sister, utterly incomprehensible. Creatures like us, manifestations of the rules. Who shall we see when we fall ill? Do you feel guilty now, beating up a patient? Guess getting to know others has changed you a bit, Zyland. You sure have picked up some bad habits along the way. We introverts are all a little twisted on the inside. You won't be seeing me like this for much longer anyways. There you go again, saying something super saddening. Asmodee is missing. Yeah, so like we know that Asmodee is missing. But like why is the question now, because even the Shades don't fucking know where she is or why she's gone, right? But the way that it said that Milanta said it, when the divine departs the throne, yeah, she loves her, serves a new master. Yeah. But the Abyss trailer made them realize something. Fucking Lumine is in a cage, just like spouting shit at Asmodee, is like telling Asmodee things about the world beyond, and they like after however long in that cage, that Asmodee's like, shit girl, you got a point, and then leaves with her. Like I said, I've got a dark side. Milanta, I still have questions. And ask them now, I won't be here much longer. Passing judgment on the painter who defiled the laws of space, severing the path to the corridor of nothingness. Those were acts of transgression. My rebellion has triggered self-destruction as per the rules themselves. In truth, I would rather not answer your questions, but I suspect that even a small act of defiance would only hasten my disappearance. About my sibling. You've already come this far, have you not? Your will is still your own, and your feet are still unshackled. Go, find your sibling yourself. You're not like me. The being who bound their own wings only to watch them break. Why are you tormenting everyone? Tormenting them? No, I'm correcting them. I'm returning them to a form heaven intended. They ascend to heaven, yet reject its sacred stillness and cling instead to the corruption of the mortal world. To parallel the Shades plus Primordial One, Insurlogy decided to fuck off. Ooh, that's interesting. So that's it. I'm jealous. Jealous of them, jealous of the fallen Nihilita, jealous of change, jealous of freedom, jealous of life. Hey, guys. My theory. It works. This is the place of death. This is the place of death. There is no life here, and it's Asmodee, space and death are parallels. I'm right. Okay, anyways. I thought that if I did everything right, then when my creator returned, she would praise me. That would have been enough to soothe me, enough to prove them all wrong. Why would she not look back? Why does she not ask if I wish to leave beside her? If you're always this stubborn and heartless, the answer shouldn't be hard to grasp. If you'd shown even a hint of rebellion, she might have taken you with her. Zyland, is there anything you wanted to ask? Me? Let me think. I want to know why people say this sanatorium is cursed. Once, the Abyss brought disaster to this land. The knights stationed here fought to the last and did not retreat. When the report of the battle arrived at Dorman Port, it contained only a single line. None who went to Windrest Peak returned. I see, so there never was a curse. Only warriors who fell in battle and slumber on the peak where the knights of the West Wind rest. My time is almost gone. I'm filled with hate. Hate for you all. For all of you. Hey. Hate. Insert am speech. And still, I want nothing more than to cling to consciousness to let my awareness live on unbroken. You and your sister, mortals who love everything and everyone, you still yearn for an ending. And I, who want so badly to go on living, I must face mine instead. Nihilita, my awareness runs deeper than words. Oh my god. she was watching. Oh, she was watching.
Osmanthus wine tastes the
Shut up,
same.
Dormley. Oh, Asmodee was watching. Oh, shit. Howdy, Sam. Welcome in. Long time no see.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
Completely filler. All filler. How the fuck is this a world quest, guys? What in the world? What is going on? It's a lot of things. Have you played it, Sam? Or is this your first time seeing this shit? A real quest like that led me to, oh my god. Okay, so this is the new region. So when we, because if you go to Mondstadt, you go north, this was an addition, and there's a world quest that you start, and it sends you to the Temple of Space. This is the fucking login screen. I don't have to tell you that, but like, yeah, aesthetic sense nor sentiment long ago set up on the surface of the temple devoted to the goddess, often invoked alongside time. In the wake of disaster, it was lifted into the heavens. Its presence and shadow hidden from sight. From then on, it served as a quiet watchtower over the world. The ruins left behind were eventually expanded and transformed into a sanatorium. So we go into the fucking login screen, and this is Asmodee's temple museum thing. There's a lot of things that are happening here. I don't... Holy shit. Okay.
Race you.
Whoa. Oh. Well, I thought I almost fell. What the fuck? Okay. I don't think FF14 is... there are some stretches of the MSQ that get a little
Race you.
reading, require quite a bit of reading. The Cage of Suchness. I don't know if you would call it the wrap-up of Nod Cry, but like, it's a nice little addendum to it. Where am I going? I'm just into the center of the power wall, yeah. I don't... It's more like a prologue to our full descent, / ascent into Cosmic Horror. Yeah, true. I have not seen the next dev. I forgot to do that last stream. I've not seen the video for Stanjanaya. We taught Melanta a lesson, Astoria. Indeed, looking at the sky tells me as such. Did Melanta say anything useful? We're really going into full Cosmic Core in Genshin. I'm so excited for full Cosmic Core. Watcher who closes their eyes can only be swallowed by darkness. Yet awakening itself defies the Creator's will and is thus condemned as a fall from grace. We've known that, right? With the whole idea of forbidden knowledge from Sumeru, right? Knowing the truth of Teyvat and things adjacent to it is an issue. People can't really know it, right? There are guardrails in place in Teyvat that deem awakening as an issue. You were raised by all of us together. When you grow up, remember the kindness we've shown you, okay? No. By the way, that heretical myth about light and darkness birthing the primordial human, do you have any idea what it refers to? I realized something. Asmodee was watching the whole endeavor, right? Presumably, yeah, or at least the ending. That's what that implies. I'm not entirely sure what Melanta meant either. The first thing that came to mind was a parable once condemned as heresy by the angels. It tells of the god of light who created a body in its own likeness. God. Abrahamic God. Only for it to be stolen away by the king of darkness. Also Abrahamic God? Maybe? Thus within the single body, the powers of light and darkness began to contend with one another. And so the primordial human, bearing both, came to possess both good and evil. It's a lesser known variation of the primordial human myth. It's a bit too bare bones. I'm not sure it'll help us much. And I'm afraid I can't recall much else about this at the moment. Aren't you going to say goodbye to me, Astoria? Oh, it is giving Gnosticism too. Yeah, that's a good point. I owe you an apology, and your sister too. Actually, while I was quiet earlier, I was thinking about something. What was it? What my epitaph should say. Don't get the wrong idea, Paimon. We're not immortal after all. Everyone needs one eventually. But I couldn't think of anything before. My sister's fake tombstone already had such a good line, you see? And just now it came to me. And my epitaph will read, to be continued. It's a little presumptuous, isn't it? Pretty much on par with one lifetime doesn't count, wouldn't you say? A person is a story in motion. It shouldn't end just because life does. So, goodbye, Astoria. Goodbye, Lind. And when you see Hilda, give her my regards. You fucking summoned Quinn by just saying JoJo. I can't promise I'll remember any of this. I can't promise she'll remember you either. Come on, Sejing. Paimon. Take me back down. Then we'll meet again, like it's the first time. Wow, you really do wind up seeing anything if you live long enough. I was just thinking earlier, you were incredible back there. Especially against Melanta, but what was it you did again? And who are you exactly? I'm screaming into the void with the Paimon thing. Did I miss the part where it was already disproven? What, about her not going with us to hell? No, there is some... We're like... Paimon is sus theorists are so back. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I missed the... Does that mean we can rule out the theory of Asmodee being Paimon? I think so. Maybe. Perhaps. I still think Paimon is sus in some way. I felt a disturbance in the forest. So, one of the theories that I do enjoy is, you know how visions are presumably, the way for the gods to gaze upon humanity, right? Like I've said for a long time, I really like the theory that visions are, you know, their actual name in Chinese is eyes of God. They're pretty much just surveillance devices for people that Celestia deems important or powerful. And so visions are getting dipped. The theory that I've seen some people come like talking about is that Paimon is a piece of Asmodee, is a piece of the shade of space. But I like to I want to take it a little bit further and say that Paimon is like Aether's personal tracking device. Like instead of getting chipped with like a GPS chip or whatever, it's just like a child's, right? No, it's like that's the idea I kind of enjoy. There is still something weird with Paimon. There is something very still divine about Paimon. Paimon is sus, still. But to what extent she is sus is unclear. Paimon is just our personal air tag, sentient air tag. So Paimon is Asmodee theory, I think is pretty dead, right? Unless something is like the idea, like the core idea that we originally pitched back in version 1.0, that Paimon is the unknown god who lost power for some reason and is now small child version. That is dead officially. Finally, good fucking yeah. It is a theory that I think should have been dead so much longer ago, but it was so unclear. I think that is officially disproven here. What isn't disproven is that Paimon is still weird. Her nature is still strange. It's unclear what she is still, where she came from, all that jazz. Which I do still like that mystery. If it turned out that Paimon was some creation of Asmodee or a fragment of Asmodee's soul or something, kind of like how Nahida is like a twig of Airman's soul. Similar idea of like Paimon being like a little chip off of Asmodee's power or whatever. Something like that I can get behind. I like that idea as a storytelling device, because that brings up a lot of weird questions about like Paimon's identity and her allegiance. Like should she be an allegiant to Aether or to Celestia or an Asmodee and all them, or is it just like that's more interesting? Her straight up just being Asmodee. Yeah, I don't. It was an interesting theory back in 1.0, but now, like, after 6 years, like, this game can do better. Who am I? Your name is Zyland. Oh, the fucking violin of this piece. The violin in this piece reminds me of Duet from Amore. That's right. And Paimon, this year's judging, we're your good friends. Friends? Yeah, we're friends who've been through hell and back together. Literally. I just fucking sniped you, Hilo. That's giving Duet vibes. Really? Yeah, I can feel it. It must be true. And your sister's been traveling the world lately. Just clear her head. Someday the two of you will meet. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. You could possibly say they'll be reunited. Okay, anyways. She might not remember you at first, either. But you share the same blood, not to mention the same face. No parallels whatsoever? Nope, none at all. We will be reunited one day. They'll recognize each other right away. Padawan's sure of it. I have an older sister. You can ignore the gravestone. Your sister put it up herself, just for fun. It's her way of saying she's been reborn. She's definitely still alive. Cough, Gladys. Will the pants. My sister. Hmm? She's kind of silly, huh? Yeah. Anyway, there should be some information about you in the suitcase. Take a look. You'll probably remember things once you do. Okay, I will. And one more thing. You're an amazing person. Like, saving an entire world amazing. Oh, me? Everyone is deeply grateful to you. So live proudly, okay? If anyone ever picks on you or makes you feel bad, just write to Xiaojing. There's nothing he can't handle for you. Is there anything you want to do right now? I don't know, but I'm starving. Like, I haven't eaten in days. You probably haven't, actually, now that I think about it. Pawan's hungry, too. She needs food now. Is that Farewell Magic Mountain? Yep, Farewell Magic Mountains.
I can't decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt.
That was a good quest. Why the fuck was that a world quest?
Phew.
This island deserves to be fucking voiced. Yeah, if this quest was voiced, I would be normal. Oh, there's land over there. It's a world quest, meaning most people don't see it. I mean, yeah. Another thing, this song also gives. I said this last stream, I think, but this song also gives the theme from Up a little bit, mostly the slorpy violin.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the
Oh my
proper
God.
etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
I don't learn this now. Like, I don't want to play it. God. I just love this view also. This is just so good. It's such a good spot to look on, like, all of Teyvat. What we've seen so far. Okay. Well, real quick, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're gonna watch the dev stream for Snezhnaya, and then I think it'll be the end of our stream together. So give me a quick second to take a fast break, and we'll be right back. Okay. I have returned. Let us get this set up for watching. Is that one? Boop. Go. Here. We got some more tea going just in case. Or water heating up for more tea just in case. And yeah. Okay. Let me swap over. Actually, give me one more second to do a couple more things. Pause music. Then swap over. And then display capture. And now just Naya in the future. Okay, yeah, you guys can hear behind the scenes of Genshin Impact to Snezhnaya and the future. There we go.
担心大家对于诺德卡莱还不算太了解，所以当时做了一期节目，从创作者的视角，跟大家分享了一些诺德卡莱的简单创作思路。不过比起诺德卡莱，我觉得大家对于至东的了解就要多很多了。比如说，至东是冰的国度，语言中的大本营，冒险家协会总部的所在地。尤其是在《空月之歌》版本的这一年。
Yeah, no, we've been hearing about Snezhnaya since 2020.
提瓦特世界的局势目前可以说是暗流涌动。那相信大家对于未来下一个目的地至东的旅行
no, I figured.
充满期待。
Yeah, no, I'm not expecting any like teasers or anything. But it is something I actually do just like want to watch. But I think this is something that always fascinates me about this game is like the creative decisions behind it.
感觉大家早就认识过至东了。就是说，比起前瞻特别节目，现在这里算是一个前瞻的节目。
Special program for the special program, okay.
这个期盼已久的新国家。
Language Nation, oh my god.
至东这个国家，明面上是对我们过去承诺的这个提瓦特七国旅行的一个线性的延伸，但实际上呢，玩家的需求它并不是线性的，而是一直在升级，一直在渴望有新的、更有创意的设计。所以我们要做的其实是既要保持《原神》这个作品的一个亲切感和代入感，让旅行成为生活的一部分，又要不断的去尝试这种新鲜的、令人惊喜的体验方式，让这种旅行可以沉淀情绪持续的去具备意义。这个事情说起来很轻松但实际做的过程当中还是有不少需要推敲的地方的。所以今天我们就可以聊一聊。
Yeah, this came so early for it to be the next patch stream. Oh my god. Okay, what? Whoa, hold on. Oh, do 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 do. If they do Polar Express shit, like, okay. Polar Express is very nostalgic for me. It's not a great movie, but oh my god, I love it. I still love it. It gives chills and nostalgia. It's a song that's in my emotional warfare playlist. Okay, so what am I seeing here? We've seen this before in Winter's Night's Lotso. There's a village over here. We're taking the train thing, like the train transportation system from Fontaine, which implies to me big, which is interesting. Swedish dub for the Polar Express is maybe the worst movie I've ever watched. It's a weird movie. It definitely is a weird movie. I think it's just a childhood thing, I guess. Maybe the dub makes it bad, but like the animation doesn't hold up anymore. The animation sucks. The story is not conducive to a fucking movie, because you have to think the original book is a picture book, right? Like, who thought that was a good idea? I was just a kid. Okay, maybe I was just a dumbass kid, but like, it's very nostalgic for me. And I think I love it still, even though it's a terrible movie. But like, it's so weird. Whoever thought it was a good idea to turn a picture book into a feature animated film, I don't know, but still, Believe still sends me shit chills.
早年 年的至东啊，如果要给它提炼出一种轮廓的话，那多半是以一个比较邪恶威胁性很强的这样一个形象出场。然而6年过去了，旅行者们慢慢意识到，至东这个国家它有着自己对于命运的一个抗争路线，只是这个路线呢，在很多场合下，它体现出了一种对其他势力的排他性，甚至可以说在7国之中，至东是那个站在抗争命运最前线、最主动也最坚定的一个国家。
一个想要与天理和命运抗争的国度，它肯定要具备与之匹配的实力，而至东确实是具备这样实力的。比如遍布提瓦特各国的愚人众组织，大家见过的诺德卡莱的，
That's why you've heard so much about it.
都彰显出至东强大的工业与科技实力。除了这些大家比较熟悉的内容，在至东本土还有着一个历史悠久、实力强大而又神秘的种族——妖精。
Oh yeah, the
我们在诺
Fae.
德卡
Yeah.
莱见过的伙伴菲林斯、利奈亚，都属于这一古老的。
Oh yeah, this character
而
exists.
他们的诞生最早可以追溯到古国亥珀波瑞亚。这个国家的诞生与毁灭，其实都和天理、天使、降临者有着千丝万缕的联系。他们之间的故事，我们在以往的版本中是有过少量提及的，比如双月之子收藏的中北岛歌集
Yep, in the
也
far
就是
north.
上面戏称为
Yeah.
卡莱的日月前世。而在至东上面提到的这些势力，他们之间的过去和未来，还会被进一步的揭示。
大家都知道从1.0版本开始，至东就在为某个神秘的目的派遣愚人众的执行官前往各国去收集神之心。
Yeah. What's up with the gnosis?
除了
That's an interesting thing. Like this game is kind of in recent patches, ever since Not Cry, we've or even like ever since Natlan, we've kind of lost sight of the original hook of this entire game, which was the fucking Gnosises.
至东已经收集到了其余的6枚神之心，并且比较有意思的一个点就是大家都知道，这其中有不少国家的神明各自出于一些理由，把自己的神之心以一个很小的代价交给了至东的使节。那我们也看到社区里有很多旅行者非常积极的去讨论这些神明背后的考量
Hey, it's
这
us.
些神明就好像是让至东
We're one of those people that are discussing things. No. So what's actually interesting is, well, I don't know why I started that sentence like that. I'm still waiting for Zhongli's mystery mask tool to come in handy.
拿到自己的神之心是一个对提瓦特更有利的选择。那这背后的原因呢，也会在至东这一年向大家讲述清楚。
原神有一个重要的设计原则，就是既需要有亲切感，又需要有
We're
奇幻感。
familiar the
比起
fantastical.
1比1的还原某个现实的国家或者地区，我们会选择提炼来自不同
Yep.
背景，而且又彼
Which
此
is
联
really
系的各
cool.
种
I
文化要
really
素
enjoy that.
把它们以一种自洽的方式重新组合在一起。
大体上，至东是处于一个比较冷的、极寒的这种自然环境下的，它类似于现实生活当中的东欧，还有近北极圈地区。那这个地方的家园其实是人们在冰雪的夹缝当中，通过火焰和钢铁开辟出来的。因此，我们也化用了不少现实世界当中对应地区的这个文明特征。但是在此基础上呢，针对这些现实的人文痕迹，我们其实也做了很多提瓦特自己特有的奇幻的演绎比如说到这个
As
雪
usual.
国至东那旅行者可能就会想到一部经典的电影叫《雪国列车》。
Oh shit! A Snowpiercer
一个
reference.
游戏系列作品叫做《地铁》或者叫 Metro。这就是一种东土地区特有的工业和人文符号。那有没有一种可能
Interesting.
就是原神当中这个列车的车厢，它本身也可以是一种人文的呈现呢？比方说它可以拿来
Fucking
做营地
Snowpiercer.
甚至拿来去搭一个剧院，对吧？有点像是在废弃工坊里面搭设的那个北京的798，也可能像是《生化危机》当中废弃工坊里面搭设的，甚至拿来一种人文的。
Wait, okay.
就是原神当中这个
Your train carriage in Genshin Impact
它本身也
also
可以
become a
是一
form
种
of cultural
人文的呈
expression in
现
their own right.
比方说它可以拿来用作营地，
Is it
甚
camp,
至拿来去搭一个剧院，
makeshift
对吧？有点像
theaters.
是在废弃工坊。
Beijing 798 Art District. What the fuck is that? An 8 Art District. 798 Art Zone. Dashan's art district is a complex of 50-year-old decommissioned military factory buildings boasting a unique architectural style that houses a thriving artistic community in Dashan's Chaoyang district, Beijing. The area is often called 798 Art District or Factory 798, although technically Factory number 798 is one of the structural structures inside of the complex. Okay, neat. Haven't thought about Snow. Last time I thought about Snowpiercer was when they tried to turn it into a TV show. Apparently it was, like, the first couple of episodes were actually kind of fun, but then it kind of got not good.
房里面搭设的那个北京的798
David Diggs was in it though, and that's why I watched
生化危机
it.
当中啊，从博物馆改造来的这个警察局，
Resident
那这种
Evil.
人文要素跟实际的用途之
Cultural
间的
elements
一种交错感，
Great.
那在我们看来也会构成一种比较有意思的设计。
提到列车，在游戏中它通常被视为一种载具，但在如此大规模的地图里面，载具应当遵循怎样的运行规则？车厢内部的空间又能承载哪些玩法？或者说它的定位可不可以不只是移动工具？这些都是我们在设计阶段需要反复讨论和探索的问题。
Can you put
在枫丹
Yeah, there's a Snowpiercer TV show. It's weirdly, like, the beginning of it is kind of fun, but they, like, halfway through the first season, it gets really shit. So, can we put a murder mystery quest on the trains, please? Thank you. I want to play train game in Genshin.
或巡轨船，
Anyways,
由于船体规模较小，运行在相对简单的轨道系统中，只要关注质心的稳定性和基础转向的移动即可。但像火车这样由多个车厢组成的复杂结构体，在几何结构和运动模拟上的处理就要复杂得多。在联机环境下，状态同步和角色交互的设计难度也会显著提升。同时，为了保证整体的真实感，不同轨道之间的调度策略、车辆与环境之间的交互，以及车厢内外之间的
damn, they genuinely just put a fucking, like, train system.
当然，对于以上这些
You
问题
get murder on Heartbeat Express and Snitch Night. Yeah, exactly.
我们基本都已经解决。
I have played so much train game recently. I have been playing so much Murder on Heartbeat Express recently. I actually haven't played much in like the session I streamed on a Wednesday was like the first time I played in like a couple weeks, but I have played so much. I'm like, I cannot escape train game. You know, they just developed an entire fuck ass train system for the game.
觉得差不多了。
那不仅是风景啊，音乐其实也是大家非常关注的一部分。那至东的文化原型呢，就包含了有古典交响乐，其中还有承载了一些国家漫长抗争史的严肃音乐，
Yes.
以及还有一些广泛分布于斯拉夫各国的这个民。
Okay, so some of my favorite pieces of classical music are these pieces from the Romantic era that tended to pull, like, everything Chopin did was, or a lot of the things that Chopin did was this mix of the of his era, of like the more formalized classical music of the era and folk music. He wrote a lot of music that was based off of Polish folk music, and so just like some of my favorite pieces tend to be these pieces that pull from this folk music, that mix like romantic classical music, like symphonic. I love Tchaikovsky. Yeah, Tchaikovsky did this a lot as well, but. And a lot of the music that you do listen to, like a lot of the most famous classical pieces, are just this, like Zigeunerweisen. The Zigeunerweisen is a piece that is a it's inspired by Hungarian folk music. He thought it was Romani, but you know, fucking even back then people were jackasses of the Romani. But like so the Zigeunerweisen is one of those famous like violin pieces. Mostly because of the ending. But the entire song is based off of the entire piece is based off of on folk music, and it's so cool. It's such a fun thing to hear, and so I'm glad that they're doing the same
那
thing.
在过去啊，后摇 mix 的小伙伴已经努力的给旅行者们重现过有巴洛克，还有古典主义的曲风，而在至东呢，旅行者或许还
Romantic
宏大深沉的现代主义，还有一些奇幻如魔法般
Romantic
浪漫的
pieces.
作品。
Yes, I love it. Okay, I'm so excited for the music.
至东的玩法嘛，这个话题肯定鸡哥有更多可以讲的。我注意到了一件事，我们这些年对外的宣传都宣称自己是开放世界冒险游戏，但实际上用开放世界这4个字拿来定义原神有点狭隘了。比如什么叫开放世界？地图做得大，角色跑得快，内容堆得多，算开放吗？我觉得这些都太过片面了。原神的本质乐趣应该是不同维度的原子化玩法相互叠加、相互作用的结果。在地图里率性的探索，和怪物战斗，了解 NPC 的故事，各种简单直观但是代入感很强的体验，都可以根据旅行者的需要自由实现。我们觉得这才是原神玩法最有趣的地方。
要我用一个词来定义原神的玩法概念的话，我觉得应该是交互吧。我们用尽可能
I
精简
mean,
的交互
to be fair, isn't that like the design philosophy of most games? Is interaction. Like
去呈现了很多丰富有趣的交互反馈。有个冷知识啊，就是原神的元素反应以及各种移动模组的这个设计，是早在我们的策略对抗和数值规划之前就已经确立好的。所以他们的初衷其实都是为了玩法交互去提供一些原子化的符合直觉的、容易理解的这个协议框架。就比如说，我手上有个火元素，我拿去碰一下水元素，是不是会冒烟？拿去碰一下草元素，是不是会烧起来？前面有座山，这个山看上去呢不算高，那是不是？
this is one thing I will forever pat Genshin on the back for is how intuitive the elemental reaction system is.
其实是在诸如此类
I mean, if it's the concept, yeah, exactly.
当中不断的去积累一种简单的快乐。然后呢
Like it struck such a good balance of elemental mixing gameplay, but also with such like intuitive results of what happens.
尽可能广泛的分布到这个游戏的各个内容模块上，让它去贯穿有生态、人文、战斗和探索这几个领域。原神的世界在玩法层面的这种立体感和鲜活感，其实是建立在这些比较细腻乃至于很琐碎的这种小乐趣上面的。
Not to mention the way that something like Zelda GTA is. Yes, I think a big reason you can say that too is Genshin has increased in scope since it started. The early regions feel empty. They're very hard to interact with. And a lot of the times too, like you're saying there, press F to interact. A lot of it too is very a lot of it is very scripted. The game does feel very scripted sometimes, and you could tell it's scripted a lot. And also the game playing out as a lot of talking head visual novel style doesn't help with it. However, I do think it's gotten better as time has gone on. As they've gotten more resources to do what they want to do, a little bit made Genshin this bigger game. It's gotten better at the whole immersion thing. I think immersion is a very overloaded term nowadays, but like the whole immersion thing has gotten better with like just looking at Dormant Port, right? The walk up to the sanatorium is very lively and just fun to do, and it's an immersive little section of the map. Now, are all sections of the map that way? Hell no, but the game has definitely gotten better at that over the years.
做一块少一块，那到了第6年，设计上可以突破的空间也就越来越小，对于我们概念设计能力的要求也就越来越高了。举个例子， 比如说冰元素，我们可以赋予它生存的概念。
Okay, hot take. I'm not expecting Hoyo to keep innovating. Like, okay, a handful of like new gimmicks or whatever. I was like, okay, each nation, that's fun, that's fine. Maybe I'm just different here, but I'm here for the story, bro. Like, come on. I'm here for the story. Give me a cool story. Innovate with your storytelling. How? I'm not expecting you to keep like, yeah, okay. Genshin Impact is the most expensive game ever made. That makes sense. Put some money where your mouth is, but like, or put some words where your money is, I guess. But like, I'm not expecting anything. I am expecting cool scenery, cool things to explore. I'm not looking for the most groundbreaking shit ever. Maybe some gameplay changes, I guess, but like I don't know. I feel like the changes the gameplay they've been making have seemed more in service of meta power creeping than anything else, really. And it kind of feels when they say we're always looking to innovate, kind of comes off as disingenuous to me.
那如果它封存了能量，它就可以看作是某种电池；那它封存了记忆，那就可以看作某种信息存储和在线的介质。当然，策划的脑洞肯定比我说的还要夸张。那比如说万一冰元素封存了某种古代禁忌的力量或者概念，然后把它藏了起来，那旅行者可以借用某些手段呢，激活这些力量或者概念来获得一些。
Imagine he just like spoiled the entire fucking plot.
用策划的专业术语，就是预期
Imagine he's like,
通
yeah,
过相似的交互协议。
fucking the truest, the biggest lore bomb of the game is frozen in ice underneath St. Peter's Basilica ass looking city. Go melt it, like it's frozen down there like it's a mosquito like trapped in amber. Like, okay.
让统一的交互行为呈现更丰富的结果。
在过去的旅途当中啊，大家遇到的大部分的敌人其实都是那种各自为战的，他们之间呢也没有太多配合。那至东的愚人众既然在设定上啊，它是一个高度组织化、军事化的一个势力，那么它应该在战斗当中呢，也应该是有分工配合、互相掩护的。所以在至东版本，我们也尝试让敌人的行为更加的有组织纪律了。一方面呢，去增加一些生动性；另外一方面呢，也能提供一些有趣的对抗策略。
利用元素反应或者利用单个元素的特性，是原神一直以来非常重要的玩法。在至东的战斗中，
Yes.
大家也可以进一步的利用冰这个元素，让它不只能够触发元素反应，还能够破坏、碎裂，甚至改变战场地形，影响敌人的行动路线。这意味着战斗不只发生在怪物和角色之间，而是发生在怪物、角色以及整个环境之间。
至东的很多玩法设计啊，会围绕着超越规则这个主题来做。那这个主题一方面指的是原神本身啊，比如说一些元素反应会在这个版本有全新的演绎啊，他们甚至在至东地区的探索和剧情当中都起到了重要的作用。另一方面呢，也是指我们团队正在探索和超越现在这个原神的可能性。就比如说旅行者，他作为降临者啊，他可以做一个
New outfits. No way. More traveler outfits. You can't just sneak that in there, bro. Okay, those actually look really good. I like
一个
those.
特殊的区域里，体验到一套和原神
Those look really good. Is it where Versatilities fit? A little bit. I mean, it's very similar. Especially most of the pants.
那大家可以尽情的想象啊，只有降临者能够做到的事，可能会比当
What's on the other monitor over there?
尽情的想象啊，只有降
Oh, there's some other designs that they were looking at. They were trying around.
临者能够做到的事，可能会比
There have been meltdown. Why? Who the fuck cares? It's the outfit for the
分
travelers.
担的那种水下体验还要更加意外吧。
Soon
我
turns
们上线
6.
已
Good
经是
lord.
2020年的事情了。那时至今日啊，可能在很多玩家的眼里啊，《原神》已经是一个老游戏了。那玩游戏一定要赶时髦嘛，要玩最新的嘛，这是人之常情。所以我们在创作更多内容的同时，也会关注如今的玩家喜欢什么东西，就让大家感知到《原神》其实是在与时俱进的。那早些年呢，我们通过一些简单的天赋设计来反映了角色自身的身份、职业和性格特点。到了诺德卡莱这一年我们让角色们和世界有了更多的这种生态人文性质的互动。而接下来呢，在至东这个版本，我们就会去尝
That's
试
a good point. Back in the day, like our the characters we got were so shallow. Pop star, chef, librarian. Like I would like this.
让一个角色的身份特色在游戏里得到更多的体现。
But I think they got into the depth of characters really quickly because you have to think like, you have to think that like Hu Tao was like 1.3, right? And I still retain the fact that she's one of the most interesting characters in the game. And she got most of her lore right away on her release. So like they got into the depth of things pretty quickly, but took them like it's really, really relevant now.
就比如说如果说有一个角色，他的职业是比方说歌手，
Barbara?
那在原神里面，我们不仅能够观赏到一个歌手的演出体验
Albedo,
到
yeah,
歌手
Albedo
华丽
too.
的技能表现甚至是不是可以通过某种可以游玩的方式在游戏内听到他哼唱各种动听的歌曲呢？
Seraphine.
很多玩家对原神的画面和渲染效果的提升，得益于这些年大家设备的升级换代。未来我们会在新角色身上做重大的视觉升级，在保留原神原有的风格的前提下，让游戏内的角色呈现更加具有高级感。届时大家会有非常明显的视觉感官优化。我们做内部测试的时候，有同学就惊呼：“哇，这把我干哪儿了？这还是原神吗？”但是话又说回来，作为一款卡通渲染风格的游戏，许多光影效果和纹理细节都是我们美术同学手动调节甚至手动绘制完成的。如果盲目向写实风格的
The
嗯
游戏
entire game is fucking cel shaded. I didn't know that
加
actually.
精度，会导致游戏画面显得杂乱，失去视觉焦点，也不够温暖和梦幻，破坏沉浸感。而且贸然大幅升级，往往意味着放弃低端乃至中端配置的玩家，其实是不合理的。毕竟我们不能为了一厢情愿的技术追求，不顾大多数玩家的游戏体验。
原神以往的演出和玩法，它大体上都是分开的，那大家只能体验到演出有进步，却很难去玩到这个生动的玩法。所以这几年我们一直致力于让游玩和演出的部分融合到一块儿。就比如说5.3版本的这个古斯托特的 BOSS 战还有月之4版本的这个博士的剧情战，对吧？还有月之5版本的
God, this fight
萨尔德
fucked
的
so
地带战
much. I love this fight.
那在至东的这一年我们会让更多的游戏内容尽可能的就具备上述这几场战斗这种演出般的效果。不仅如此我们还会统一一部分 NPC 和怪物的行为。举例来讲比如说有些他巡逻的卫兵会加入一些突发的战斗，那有一些被击败的敌人呢，他也有可能解锁隐藏的剧情。在至东旅行者还会获得一种妙妙工具不同于过去这种比较单一的小道具功能这个工具会赋予旅行者去改造我们环境的能力。
Oh shit,
甚至
dynamic
可以跟其他的
environment.
旅行者
Whoa.
去通过某些方式共享这种改造的效果。
We do be playing Minecraft and fucking instead of
优
y'all.
化原神的世界。原神的未来不对，这期我是不是看过去年我是不是也在这个问题上想了一下，感觉有点诡异说回正题就是很多人会觉得就是我玩原神玩到今年，我就是为了看到至东完结但是完结这个词其实很伤感。
Hi, melancholy. I wonder
读
what
者
we just played a quest about that.
迄今为止的作品的认可 但是呢，它同时又
I mean, we've always known the Snatch Die wouldn't be the complete
都
end.
知道啊，伟大的故事女巫，对吧？野猪公主的作者，西莫兰卡的缔造者，小杜林的母亲魔女 M， 对吧？安德斯多特女士，啊，她曾经在剧情里说过一句话，叫做每个故事最大的遗憾，便是要有一个结局。
Exactly,
那
kind of
对
a
于
chapter.
我或者说对于我们团队啊，以及很多旅行者而言，我觉得原神它已经不是一个故事了，就原神它其实是生活的一部分。
So true, actually. As much as I hate to like
世界当中
admit it.
被剥离开的，所以大家可以
Who
放心啊
know? Anyway,
我们既不会去强行
neuron activated.
莫名其妙的句号，也不
Fucking neuron activated.
世界当中被剥离开的，所以大家可以放心啊，就我们既不会去
We will never
强
neither
行
rush towards a forced or inexplicable ending to the
莫名
story,
其妙的句号，也不会说
nor
为了
extend it
很
purely for
功利
commercial
的理由啊
reasons.
强行给他一个给这个篇章
I am going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that that is honest from them. They are a company, so they're obviously for profit. So I think definitely a part of it is going to be dishonest. But Hoyo is also one of those companies that just really gives a shit about the art that they make. So like, they're gonna find ways to keep making money from Genshin, even without undermining the sanctity of the story that they build, right? Kind of like what they did with Honkai with HI3. Like, you know, HI3 Part 2 or whatever.
去续命。我们觉得旅途是有它的意义的，那过去是，现在是，未来也是。那作为一个产品呢，其实进化同样也是永恒的课题。那为了进化，这几年其实我们一直在积极的去和来自世界各地的游戏设计一线的很多前辈们去交流。我们就发现所有的经典的游戏作品啊，大家其实都有类似的困难。那遇到困难的时候呢，解决的方案也都是事必躬亲。比如说《最终幻想7》重置版，那它的故事内容非常的丰富，所以团队花了非常大的力气，让每一部作品入坑的玩家都可以很快速的理解剧情，能够上手。死亡搁浅2，它的地图
Oh my god. Hoyo has talked directly to Kojima himself.
能够上手。死亡搁浅2。
Death Stranding 2, though, like
它的地图比较错综复杂，那其实是小岛秀夫先生
literally they just talk to fucking Kojima, which is really funny to me.
他自己一遍一遍的跑自己的游戏地图，然后呢，让团队逐个的去把这些地图调整至车辆可行，最终实现了一个玩家用载具的时候，在任
As much as I love to clown on Kojima for being a weirdo, he is genuinely such a good director.
何一个地形都可以畅通无阻的行驶的这样一种自然的体验。
That man is
那有的
genuinely a
前辈呢，他为
fucking
了多平台
genius.
性能的考量，放弃了使用内存负担非常大的这
He's a
种
weird
上面
genius,
的
but he's a
素材
genius
带
nonetheless.
着自己的团队纯手工去调整了很多写实风格的雪山和溪流。
They have to make Kojima
诸如
voice.
此类的一些
No,
例子啊，
they
就是
don't.
当
They
我们
don't.
知道
They don't make
产品
Kojima voice someone. They put Kojima in the game. That's the that's how they continue the bit. They put Hideo Kojima in the game,
进化的这个道路上，我们跟世界顶尖团队的
or let
这个
Kojima name
其实
someone in the
比较类似
game or
的时候
something.
就突然变得比较有信心了。
而从至东开始，原神的进化要开始加速了。这种加速
Make a
会
voice
在
him
未来的
exactly.
节点兑现，并且如原神提瓦特篇上线时一样，我们为这个行业带来了一些重要的想法参考和思路改变。
No cap.
在2020年给这个世界带来惊喜。那么在5年后、10年后、20年后，我们仍然有这个能力做到。我们始终
Or
相信，
Kojima as a descender.
一个真正打动人的作品，从来不是靠一时的风潮。原神能走到今天，靠的是一群人日复一日的坚持与创新，和千万旅行者们一路走来的陪伴。 IP 之所以能成为 IP，靠的是高品质的内容设计与长时间的持续产出。在至东，我们将继续秉承这样的理念，把更多激动人心的想象变成玩家可见、可玩、
It is so
可感
funny.
的全新体验。
No, but here's the idea though, Ryo, is what it like instead of them abandoning him like Aloy, they like put painstaking effort to make him canon in every single feasible way. Like Aloy is like her canonicity is kind of question mark, and they abandoned her, and they don't really acknowledge that she exists anymore. But like Kojima, they just like put insane amounts of efforts to make like make him canon to like the main story. Like it was so funny actually. Kojima starts like, yeah. Snezhnaya 812. Oh my god, guys. We're almost here. Casually using Diluc as Snezhnaya is crazy, yeah.
不同于过去这种
It's base skin Diluc too. It's not even new skin. The Sender's Kojima. Hideo Kojima, my beloved. I'm excited, y'all. I can finally update my fucking Twitter location. Because for those that don't know, because I don't use Twitter anymore, my location on my Twitter profile has been waiting for Snezhnaya for so fucking long. I'm so excited. What are you changing it to? Great question. Waiting for Conrad, I'd assume. So I've been doing this bit since like, oh, when did I first started doing this bit? I started doing it with Sumeru. Or maybe I started doing it with waiting for Inazuma. How's the ranking thing? Snezhnaya, oh my god. No, so I've been doing the waiting for next region bit since I think Inazuma. Since the very tail end of the 1.x regions, where like I did 1. I put waiting for Inazuma in my bio. Or in my location, and I've stuck to the bit the entire time. I haven't touched it for a while because after Natlan I set it to waiting for Snezhnaya, but Nodcry just kind of jump scared us, and so it's just been waiting for Snezhnaya for a year now, or like a year and a bit now. But I can finally update it. I think I'm gonna update it to waiting for Conria. Give your daughter a bit. Oh my god. The fact that you've kind of sold me on getting this game is really stupid. You've kind of sold me into checking out this game. Oh my god. Anyways. Oh my god. Guys, we've been for so long. Do your Ascension quest? No, I don't wanna. What do I have now? Oh, you get a Zealand profile pic. Oh, that's kind of adorable, actually. That's really cute. Actually, that's all. Anyway.
Tea parties are a must for the well.
New Zealand PFP is adorable. I've been changing my identity a lot recently with profile pictures and whatnot, because like my new Risha PFP in the server. Because that sequence, I don't know what it is about that sequence, about, it's episode 5 of Witch Hat, of Risha coming into the clouds, like, it's too cold outside, I'm coming in. And I just, how she says it is so fucking funny. I just tickled my brain in such a way, I'm like, okay. Anyways. Oh. Almost a 5-hour stream. Impressive. Impressive work. So I'm gonna actually go claim my fucking dailies here. Mondstadt, come here. I'm excited though. I'm excited for Snezhnaya. I think it'll be fun. Getting, like, I'm partly excited for Snezhnaya because
Thank you for completing.
It'll presumably be the answer to a lot of questions that we've had. Obviously, the answers to our questions are going to bring more questions. I think that's inevitable, right? What is the Sarita doing with all of the gnosises, or whatever she's doing is probably going to raise more questions than it answers. But this is going to be the conclusion of questions that have been around since 1.0, and that's gonna be satisfying in its own way. I think it's gonna be really, really satisfying to see a lot of these things like be answered. So, anyways, that is all I got for today. I'm gonna go debate getting that fucking game that Tess is playing. It's so dumb. But yeah, anyways. So next up, while we're waiting for Genshin the new Genshin update, I'm gonna go. Next week is gonna be back to HSR. Starting the new quest. All that jazz. HSR 4.2, exactly. Yeah. So homework still needs explaining. What the short story, the Harlan Ellison short story? Yeah, so I forgot whether I sent my notes on the VM reread. I don't know if you did either, but you should. Yeah, I will say Ashikai in her recent video has a really good breakdown of it. So if you are very confused on that, she touches on it a little bit. That clears up a lot of stuff. I think she wants to go into more depth in it in her next video. I think she was talking about in her most recent video. So if you're confused about that, go check out Ashikai's most recent video, and that'll give a breakdown of that. But yeah, anyways, that is it. Breakdown of Paris Milk. Yeah, but thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next week for HSR 4.2. So, yeah. Thank y'all for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.